Yo. We gotta test something. We gotta test something. What up, Morton? I'm hydrated. I'm not well rested. But I don't think I'm going to be well rested for a bit. I also may have to.
We have a shortage of gold and recruits.
Let's keep our ears open then.
What was I about to say? You know the thing I was about to say. You get it. I'll use these if I need them. Also, let's roll some caches. Ghost Walker boots. Those are good boots. Runes.
I like seeing what Papa's friends collect.
Oh. Those are boots. That's a good sword.
Did I count it out right?
Grieve different. Question is Blood Surge still bananas weak? Thank you. It was made very weak walking into the season and didn't really receive anything to compensate it. Yo, what up, Himbo? What up, Walter? Call it medium success. I'll take it. You were saying not well rested. Correct. I'm not well rested.
Farewell, friend.
But that's okay. You know, sometimes you're not well rested. Tubby, Penguin, welcome in. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Oh, yeah. He's crazy. But what are y'all up to? How's life? How are the children, if you have made some? How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? If you have one. Yeah, no problem, Recluse. Jason News, I turned one of my storage rooms in the attic into a walk-in closet, so all my fantasy costumes can now be stored there. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. So, you know what we gotta do. You know what we gotta do. We gotta do it. It gotta get dude. Remember when it used to cost gold to respec? Isn't that insane? Y'all remember? I remember. Okay. So, let's take off everything. Actually, let's put two things back on real quick. I stay hydrated when it's supposed to get to 116. Do you work on the sun? You got your first hand in Oz? Nice. Doing science on minions? We are. We're doing a little minion science. That's what they call it in Nevada. Offense. So that's skeleton mage damage. And this one will be Same one, but for summon damage. Nice. Hopefully, I think 116 in Celsius would melt you. I think you would stop existing.
Oh, light. Cleanse these pores from my skin. And
Live in Phoenix, Arizona. Like the sun? I think you live on the sun, my guy. So, we are going to calculate. Oh, I need a different weapon, though. Yeah, I need a different weapon. I just need a different weapon. Just a little guy. GA int. GA int. Need to roll that damage off. Okay. Please hold. What's happening weird? Supposedly, mages are double dipping on some stats and we gotta figure out what it is. Supposedly. Now, I don't like to play with none of that there phooey. So first and foremost... Oh, that doesn't exactly test it though, does it? No, the ring will though. Okay, so first we have to do some damage. We have to figure out if the damage that we are seeing is the expected damage. I have to have a weapon on. Okay. Get rid of that. Boop, 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 boop. 38 damage. Does this represent a 1.5? I mean, very easy test just to start. 38. So we have a problem. 77 is double 38. Not plus 1.5. So that's a problem. Welp. Well, do you have a video explaining the Maxwell Paragon board, what green and red notes mean, and how to path properly? And where to understand for a beginner, assume you take the green notes for your current progress and the red notes are coming after. Do I have a... So, no, we don't have a video talking about it, but the guide itself explains what it's trying to tell you. So we'll use Shadowblight as the example. Use the slider to see progression steps. At a different point, you'll have different considerations. Make sure that your boards are rotated the proper way and that your glyphs are at the different radii from the different levels. And we're going to be moving some glyphs. So if we start at the beginning, this is what your paragon should look like. As you progress, like you literally just pick up the nodes as we recommend them, and you slot in the different glyphs. So you want to get these glyphs up to rank 15. That's what's being communicated here. The next progression step will be what your paragon board should look like as you level them up to rank 46. So a red node is a node that has gone away. So going from the base node here, so going from the start to the next step, you'll see that you no longer need to have this intelligence node because you no longer need it to hit this requirement. Then as you get to the point, and basically by the time you are here, you might be at this board, right? I can't tell you how quickly you're going to level individually through Paragon. In addition to the fact that if you have all of your additional points from getting the Lilith statues and doing Renown, I can't tell you exactly how many Paragon points you do or do not have. The next progression step is what we typically call the Mythic Respec. This is respecking your Paragon at the point that you have acquired Mythic Gear. The reason why we have a respec at this point is because Mythic Gear comes along with a lot of additional stats on it. Like Shroud of False Death now grants you a bunch of all stats. The reason why the all stats are relevant to this is because to be able to hit the bonuses for certain rare nodes, especially deep into your Paragon, you need more and more stats. So at the point that you have Mythic Gear, what you need for armor, what you need for resistances, and what you need to be able to scale your damage the best will typically warrant respecking your Paragon board to regain a lot of unnecessary points that were spent. And then after that, so this right here, you're like 2 weeks into the season. If you're maybe 3 weeks or a month into the season, if you're a pretty casual player. If you're somebody who's hitting it kind of hard, playing a couple hours every single day over the past few weeks, you're probably already here. You probably have some mythics. The last setup will be the entirety of the board. So if you already have done your Mythic Respec and you just want to know where to keep putting points, you go to the last point, and all of the green ones are points that we would recommend picking up at this point in progression. Green is new points since the last board. Red are points which have been removed since the last board that you looked at. So if you go from here, it's now going to show the comparison point from this board to this board. But if I were to go back to this one, this will show the comparison point between this board and this board. Does that help? Awesome. Happy to help. So, just to catch everybody up to speed. There have been reports that your mages are gaining twice the amount of a bonus that they should be. So they're currently doing 38 damage. If I were to add on a ring that grants 95 skeleton mage mastery or skeleton mage damage, and I have no other sources of additive damage on my build, going from 0 additive to nearly 100 should double my damage. So I put this on, I go from 38 up to 75, nearly double damage. That's to be expected. Now, if I were to put on a ring that has 53 summoning damage, I should only see a 50% increase. So I should go from 38 up to 57. But you'll notice I'm doing double damage. Meaning that at least some stat on this ring is granting my build greater than 53 additive damage. So that's challenging. Now, if I were to assume that this is all true, so this is currently giving 106 summoning damage, this is 95, I would expect that to represent 201 additive damage, which should be tripling my damage. So I should go from 38 damage up to 90, 114-ish. Oh. No, it's not that they do less damage. It's that they do more damage. Uh-oh. Oh. Now here is la problema. I don't think it's working for Mendeln. So let's see their Mendeln procs. Two, 7, 6, 4. So this currently adds on 53 additive damage. So that would be 133. So hold on. 133 divided by 1.53. So my base damage right now on them is 86. If I add on Skeleton Mage Mastery, I would expect 95 plus 53 is 148. I would expect my base attack damage to be 215. Yeah. And then I expect 2.48 be 2764 divided by 1.53 multiplied by 2.48. I should expect 4,480 Mendeln proc damage. Holy shit, the kid is a mathematician. Now, if I were to swap out this ring for this ring, I should expect to see a very slight increase, so probably like 218. 226, okay. But it would be 2764 multiplied by, or rather multiplied by, 50 plus 53 is 2.06. I should expect 5,693. No, hold on. No, hold on. It is 1806 multiplied by 2.06. 3,720. Mendeln damage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. Uh-oh, Skadios. And then supposedly they're also getting multipliers twice. So they're doing 38. But hold on, is it a double dip or is it... It's just applied twice, but for additive, that doesn't matter. Okay. Well, it's also not a double dip, it's being applied twice. Uh-oh, 56 damage. If you take this off, you do 38 damage. 38 plus 20% is 45.6. Yet, what we see is 55. What about that? Multiplied by 1.2. Uh-oh, 55. Uh-oh, Skadios. All right, what else is double dipping? What is start Necromancer after a 6-month break? What's the strongest Necromancer build for pit pushing this season? Shadowblight. Go Shadowblight, then Shadow Bloodwave, and then minions. I think you'll have the most fun with minions. Uh-oh. Are they all working that way? Crit. 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 Buppo Skibios. $38 to $78. Okay, so it's not double dipping on the crit. So why is it double dipping on summon additive? Okay. Is pet being counted? Can you explain what that question means? No, you can look at my gear on the screen right now, Recluse. You can see all of my gear. If this was fixed, how much will the build drop? Well, I've been testing it for about 20 minutes. So attempting to calculate that would be insane. Also, really not that much. Probably like a tier or two. Is that being counted twice? Yo! Pater! 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 Thanks for the new sub. Pater! Pater, welcome on in. Pater. Pater. Enjoy your no ads, enjoy your emotes. Pater. Let's make a list. Yeah, Skelly Mage damage is without question the better value. Not even close. It's just more than summon additive. But we have to see how it all works. We have to see. What's the haps? Great question. They appear to be overperforming. Let's make a list. Later there would be 800 additive. Sure. It would still be a very, very bad weapon to use for a minion build, but yeah. Later. You tried? You sure did, bud. See, the problem is that it has an aspect that says increase Army of the Dead damage, and not an aspect that says increase your minions damage. Overperforming since yesterday or all season? All season. Bugs don't really get introduced into a season. Meek Scythe, any good? Pretty decent build. Probably do like Patir 95. I see some Mage Pit 150. No, not at all. This is them stronger than they should be. The Necromancer So like even with this, we have to remember that mages aren't granting us the damage multiplier that they should from their own multi. So like even with all this considered, they're still doing probably like 10% less damage than they should be. Is Shadow Mage worth it? Sure is. No other mage increases their damage output. The other ones say generate resource and apply vulnerable. Find mages fun? Yeah, they're great. It's a great build. It's an awesome build. It's our third strongest build. They're not gonna be gutted, bud. Mage bug analysis does double. Doesn't. Summon additive Reaper sacrifice. Okay. What does Unstoppable do? It makes it so you cannot be crowd controlled. This is a very interesting question I've been getting a lot, which I'm interested to know. So, if you ever have a thing in the game on a tooltip, if you hover over it, right down there at the bottom, it will explain what it does. So, unstoppable characters have all control impairing effects removed and prevented, so you can't be crowd controlled. I keep getting people asking me what's the point of what's the point of it if we have unhindered? Unhindered is you don't have collision with monsters. Unstoppable is you can't be crowd controlled. But if you're ever trying to find out what a keyword does, if you hover over it, it'll tell you. Unless you resend them, you only get the 9%. Correct. And it should be 36%. What makes most people say Ring of Sacrilegious Souls bad? It doesn't do anything that is good for a build to be strong. It's a bad ring. But what it does do is automate 3 skills to very slowly cast in case you don't want to. You don't trust the tooltips? You shouldn't trust your character screen. But the explanation of the tool, like what it says it does, that's true. Like that little gray box, those are all true. You don't have to worry about those. Hey, thank you, Peter. All right, I'm going to go back to testing. If I don't answer your question, don't think I'm an asshole. I just can't answer your questions and test simultaneously. No human brain can do that. So. How you doing, Shingoku? $38. $46. Mage Mastery. What about intelligence? So I'm currently at 614. So I'm doing 46 damage. So 46 divided by 1.769. multiplied by 1 point multiplied by 1.49. Okay, intelligence is applying like normal. Reaper's Pursuit. $6.12. I have a 1.12. Okay. Reaper's Pursuit does not. Gloom. So Gloom Huh. Your minions trigger Gloom? Did y'all know that? Yes. Triggered abilities don't work against world bosses. Don't they do shadow damage? They do. That's just not what Gloom says. Minion side note Shadow Mage triggers Gloom? That's not how that works. Yes, Philip, you do not have to be confused. They just do not work against bosses. No triggered abilities do. Darkness damage. Darkness is not a damage type. Darkness is a skill tag. Shadow is a damage type. Gloom says that you have to hit a target with a darkness skill, not do darkness damage to it. There's no such thing as darkness damage. Hence why none of this makes sense. Minions don't have skill tags like that. So minions have the skill tag summon. So something has to be happening. Something weird. Let's take this off. Take all this off. We're doing 46. I just need to put in a calc. Okay. Equal to 614 divided by 76.8. It's 8 per. Great. So, int damage. So this is going to be equal to this divided by 8. So 614. Sure. JF, thank you very much for becoming a real one. I appreciate that. Are you using the Shadow Mage with Gloom? I was using Gloom for... I was testing Gloom, yes. I'm not sure what that question refers to. JF, thank you very much for becoming a real one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Darkness, Shadow Nuance has been confusing from the get-go. Sure. Yeah. Well, so... what kind of skill is a Bone Spear? Right. So like what kind of skill is a blood skill? The skills should have distinct tags from the damage types so that they can be differentiated. And it very logically follows that a darkness skill will deal shadow damage. We're using Shadow Mage when seeing the increase from Gloom. Yes. Yeah, we're only doing Shadow Mages. So 705. So they're doing 46. Damage amount. I just don't want to have to redo this every single time. 46. So base is equal to this divided by 1 plus this divided by 100. Expected is equal to this multiplied by 1 plus this divided by 100. Boop, boop. So we expect just from the intelligence to go up to 48.9. Right? Darkness damage works on mages! It does not work twice. No.
Father bless. What do you need?
I hate my life. No, what? No, get out of here. Build update? I don't know, boss. I gotta do math. What does that even mean, if you think about it? Bone mages don't have the bone tag. Expected damage goes from 114 damage base with the increased intelligence to 121. And then with my additive bonus, I would expect 147. So it should go up to 178. But it's only at 121. So bone mages... Oh, okay, hold on. Shadow mages gain darkness skill damage. Bone mages do not gain bone skill damage. Do bone mages have the physical tag? They do physical damage. Why are you critting so much? Huh. Well, they gained a skill tag. And that's probably what's going... Well, no, that doesn't make sense at all. Is this all mages? So why do bone mages just crit more? 118. What? It's not all mages? The bone mages aren't getting double summon damage. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Man, I wish it was at least consistent, huh? That'd be chill, man. Lord Deb and Joker Skull and Mythic, thank you for the follows. Later. What up, casts? What's good, Dread? You're wearing the thing. Oh! They know I'm onto them. Well, they know I'm watching. They know I'm watching. They see me. Hmm. Sure. I mean, the answer is it could be anything. Dude. Let me play the game. Can they upgrade to Archmages? Yes, you have to continuously heal them. Is that viable? No. Wow. Is it viable? Yeah, you could do it. You just have to resummon them and find ways to heal them. So you have to lose damage on your build to be able to generate blood orbs and stuff to heal them. Do I think that's good? No, I do not. But I haven't tested it, so don't let my bias dissuade you. What's the bug? Shadow mages have gained the darkness skill tag. They gain double damage from summon additive damage. And this is not seen across all of the mages. So, what does that mean? Who knows? We're testing it. We are figuring it out. We went down this rabbit hole because I turned on Gloom and then my mage started triggering Gloom, which it can't do. It's not a darkness skill. Then I put on a ring that says darkness skill damage and my mage started doing more damage. I can't put the cold skill tag. I'm not a sorceress. I could do cold additive damage, but that's not the same thing. Yeah, no problem, Matt. This is what they pay me the big bucks for. It might. I just like need a ring. I just need rings that aren't my real rings because I keep bricking my real rings to test stupid shit like this. That doesn't tell me whether or not it has a skill tag, so I wouldn't be able to determine that from there.
I can take common, turn it special.
Oh, light. Cleanse these boils from my skin.
You lost the game? Damn, son. Oh, very interesting. Not the Reaper. Stop with the Reaper. Okay, 78 damage. 78 damage. Get rid of this. I want that nice 46 damage. Wait. Well, I guess I could do this. $45. 73. Okay, cold damage is applying once. The thing that I actually wanted to test was whether or not shadow damage was applying twice. Bulan. If shadow mages do shadow things, wouldn't nebula extract prove to be I'm not sure what the question is asking. How intensive are gear requirements for Shadowblight? Mid amount. I do not have a metric of what kind of gear requirements are required to do pit 70 plus on an individual build. That's not information that I have readily available in my brain. So sorry, I cannot answer that for you. Okay, so shadow damage applies once. I have a build posted for Shadowblight. Yep, it's on maxroll.gg. It's my Shadowblight build guide there. Shadow damage is applied once. Yes, snaps. I did. Although it's not double cast is applying twice. It's summon damage and shadow damage multipliers are applying twice. Or at least that's what I thought Kaleklin was talking about. But I don't know. I don't remember. We're now down a very deep rabbit hole. We're now down an incredibly deep rabbit hole. $46. Darkness damage does not apply twice. Is the Mythic Craft loot pool smaller on Necro? Yes. No, Bloodless Scream does not have an indicator. It also doesn't, like, quite literally that part doesn't matter in any meaningful way. But yeah, Naps, I saw Kurluk's post. You'd love to play them, but they feel clunky. Yeah, they just are. Unless you just don't care about being sweaty. In which case, they feel fine. So, okay. So back to the thing I was testing, which was Gloom. $48. Fun off-meta builds, question mark? What about them? Do you have any that you recommend? I don't recommend bad builds. But I think that, yeah, I don't recommend bad builds. But when people say off meta, it's really hard to know what they mean by that because everybody uses the word meta wrong. So if you could give me some insight into what you consider a meta build to be and what you consider an off meta build to be, maybe I can help you. This is applying once. Unless, what if I were to then trigger it? The build I'm having the most fun with, that would be Mage Minions. I had a lot of fun with it. So then what's the through line here? Why would summon damage apply twice? It is because for whatever reason, mages have gained a skill tag. And that skill tag applies to them and it applies to me. But what about this multiplier and how it specifically engages with shadow damage? Same idea. It applies at a high enough level where it's seeing it twice, whereas the other ones apply at a lower level. Maybe. So then the question becomes, what does and does not constitute one of these things? 59. It's not terror. Oh, because it's a boss. That's fine. Oh, because they can become crowd controlled. So it goes 63 multiplied by 1.09 multiplied by 1.45. Yeah. Okay, so affliction. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Sacrificial aspect is a good question. Mamma mia. 55. 138. Yeah, okay. Sacrificial is a good question. Because if it's applying twice, sacrificial gets a lot more value. Is that better than grasping veins?
Fare thee well. All right, traveler.
But it's not getting the crit damage bonus twice. So $138. So 20 multiplied by 1.52. 138 multiplied by 1.304. We should go up to 234. I think I need a bigger damage amount. See this more clearly. $312. So the multi is 20% multiplied by 1.52 should be a 1.304. So if I have 312 multiplied by 1.304 twice, I should go up to 530, maybe 531 damage. But I only go up to 489. Which is if I applied a 30.4% multi and then a 20% multi. Fucking what? Okay. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. And you know what? Let's get rid of this and let's get rid of this. You know, let's just whatever. Let's get rid of this. You know, we have additive on, which we know is only applying once. Okay. They're doing 226 damage. So let's take this all the way off. Okay. They're doing 139 damage. 139. Okay. Well, no, clear. $139. Okay. If we were to just multiply this by 1.2, we would expect 166. But we get 200. How do you get to 200? Well, you do it again. So, we know that it is applying this multiplier twice. Right? That's how we get to 200. Get rid of that. Now, I'm going to put on this ring. This ring has 63 additive damage. For Shadow. So I'm going to do 139 multiplied by 1.63. I'm going to do 226 damage. Okay. Sacrificial aspect increases this multiplier. This multiplier starts at a base of 20. It's going to be multiplied by 52%. So 20 multiplied by 1.52 is a 30.4% multiplier. So if I activate this sacrifice and it's getting applied twice, I take my 226 and multiply that by 1.304. And then I do it again because we know it's applying twice. Everybody following? Is this kosher? Everybody, this makes sense? Do I sound like a lunatic yet? Do I seem like I've lost my mind? We apply the multi. We are only doing 355 damage. So, we know our original number was 226. If we multiply that by 1.304, and then multiply that by 1.2, we get our 355 damage. Where does it go? Sir, this is a Chili's. Okay. Asterix 1. Sacrificial aspect only modifies a single location's multi and not the second one. In other words, you get a 20% multiplied by sacrificial bonus percent and 20% instead of sacrificial being on both. What? So what needs to be happening, right? There's some kind of flow chart. There's some kind of flow chart which asks source, necro, or minion. Right? And then like you have these arrows going everywhere that are like, you know, like, and at one of these points you have sacrificial, right? And it sees itself. So it's like, cool, we get this. And it says, you know, or it says, right, it says Reaper. And it sees this. It's like, cool, 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 cool. And then it says sacrificial. But like this sacrificial is like over here. No, that. So like, okay, there's some logic that says Necromancer. Under the Necromancer, you have minion. The minion is under, so it goes Necromancer, skill tags, darkness, summon, whatever. Minion is under summon. It's also under darkness. How? Who knows? But then generic multi. So Reaper's Pursuit is generic multi. And under summon, under minion, under shadow mage, there's shadow damage tag. So this says shadow damage, and it increases your shadow damage. And down here, oh, wait. Wait. Everybody, shut up. No. I like your funny words, Magic Man. What? Okay, what if very specifically? What's actually happening is... No. Okay. $1.304 doubled. It's not doubling, it's applying twice. We have proven that in previous tests. Minion or Shadowblight faster for farming? For farming what? I think it kind of doesn't matter. Minions are a faster build than Shadowblight is. Unless monsters would die in one application of Shadowblight, in which case they're probably pretty equal. Like doing speeds? Speeds of what? Pit? What pit tier? I'm sorry, I do not answer generic questions because generic answers are typically incorrect, so I have to give very specific answers to very specific criteria, or the information I grant you is of no value, and I might as well just say whatever first comes to mind. And then the like net difference is that like you wouldn't know and I wouldn't know unless you then go ask another person and then they give a different answer and there's some kind of quantifiable difference between the two, and then I'm the liar. Which really sucks. Pit 80, they're probably the same. You've been using lidless on Blight. Will that scale? Well, lidless wall doesn't increase Blight's damage in any way, shape, or form, so no. That doesn't scale because those two things don't interact with one another. What's your judgment, Necro? I appreciate that. One of the issues that I run into is for me to speak confidently on a thing, I have to have individually tested those things against one another in that context. So I don't like to give answers I don't have the information for, and I haven't personally tried to test the difference in speed farming pit tier 80 on Shadowblight versus mages in this season. But if I had to guess, they'd probably be very similar. On a minion build, you generally don't want the boss to actually have ads. Kind of funny. Because the ads force your minions to stop attacking the boss entirely, and Mendeln doesn't reach that far. Unless you can pull all of the ads in, but the issue is that the ads will tend to walk away from your minions. With the new mages, though, they teleport towards you, so it's easier to get monsters to move closer to the middle so that you can corpse tendrils them. That's why you need corpse tendrils size temper on your boots. That's specifically for pitting. I can't logic out why this is happening. So it has to be that this multiplier is seen in 2 spots. But modifying, so like it has to be that there is some like code, like some hanging, like a hangnail of code which references this buff and whether or not it's turned on as a base as opposed to the value updated in game for only one of the multipliers to have scaling on it. Isn't the damage coming from Shadowblight? You said you were playing Blight Necromancer. Blight Necromancer does damage over time with the skill Blight. Are you playing a different build? What do ads mean? Ads mean additional monsters that are mechanically brought into a fight. So there is the boss, and then there are ads. Ads are additional monsters. You meant Shadowblight? Ah, that is a completely different build. You shouldn't be using Bone Storm on Shadowblight in the first place, because it's bad. Or rather, it's suboptimal, because you're now losing an aspect slot. You're not doubling your strongest aspect by using a 2-handed weapon, so I'm not sure why we're using Lidless Wall in the first place. But you're also now using an aspect slot just to make it so that Bone Storm does shadow damage, and Bone Storm very slowly applies shadow damage. It would take 2 seconds for Bone Storm to trigger Shadowblight on a target 1 time. And that's very slow. Soul Rift grants you a damage multiplier just for having the skill on, solves all your resource issues, applies vulnerable, also does shadow damage over time without needing an aspect. It's also not a great source of Shadowblight procs, but it kind of helps a little bit. But then you get to use a 2-handed weapon, so the base damage of your Shadowblight procs are significantly higher. You have stronger stats. You have better tempers, and your strongest aspect is doubled. Whereas Lidless Wall, with all your minions sacrifice, does offer a 1.2 times damage multiplier 4 times or 5 times, which isn't nothing. But that's in comparison to the aspect slot it would already be, and then all the other stats on it don't do anything for the build. Do some things in the game only? No. So a long time ago, stats either worked for the Necromancer or worked for the minions, and some of them worked for both. They've unified all of that. This must be some hanger-on code, which, like, so what must be happening is there must be code that was in the, okay, so there must be code that was in the game that had to be added in to make it so that minions would recognize things which should work for them. And that in the unification of all damage to the Necromancer, not all hard-coded hanger-ons or exceptions were removed. So that's why it's just looking at, is Reaper Sacrifice activated, rather than looking at the value of it. Because if yes, multiply by 1.2. And in the cleanup, you would get rid of the code that says, like, check sacrificial aspect value. but this got left on. That explains the Reaper sacrifice. Why does summon additive damage apply twice? Also, with the advent of the Hand of Naz granting so many ranks to mastery for mages, Sanguivore has actually gotten weaker as an option for the build than it was previously. What is happening? Okay, so what else do we have to test? Abyssal, right? Okay. $230. Tell us again how much you hate Blade of Sanguivore. I detest the entire design of Blade of Sanguivore. $230. $294 is not the right answer. $230. So 230 multiplied by 1.1 and multiplied by 1.053. So that doesn't make any sense. $294 divided by the 1.1 is applying twice, but not the secondary effect? What is What up, Daw? You test it with a second shot upgrade out first, where if you did it, I missed it probably. Can I test it with it? What do you mean? Test what with what? Being treated as a minion and a summon? It could be. But that doesn't explain why the shadow damage is applying twice. $294. This'll asterisk 2. The first 10% multi is applied twice, but the second multi isn't. Oh, if the difference in Shadow Mage makes a difference? Sure. 230 divided by 1.03. We should be doing 223 damage. And 223 damage. So 224 multiplied by 1.2. Could be doing 322. Oh, do I still have sacrificial on? I do, so it should be, sorry. Divided by 1.2 multiplied by 1.304 should be 350. Yeah. Nope. It's working the exact same. Abyssal applies its first multiplier twice and its second multiplier once. Oh, the fucking... $350 or 20. So this little guy, Scornful Light, only applies once? How's that? How's that? How's them apples? Okay. What else? What else do we got? What else do we got in the kitchen? Oh, what about Dead Razor? Or 2-6. Or 2-6. Or 2-6 multiplied by 1.15. Multiplied by 1.098. Dead Razor only applies once. Why does a minion weapon want restore primary resource on the weapon? Look at the rune words that you use. I mean, yeah, right? Or 2-6. Amplify. We'll let MacroBioBoi and his OCD find it for us. What up, Orange? Yes. You don't need a full resource bar from Cax to consume it. You want to consume full resource to get the maximum bonus out of Cax, so Soul Rift is nowhere near fast enough when you have Ahu and 12 mages triggering it very quickly. Are all these issues only applicable to Shadow Mages or also Cold and Bone? It does not apply to Bone Mages. And I don't know about Cold Mages. But it does not gain the double damage from summon damage.
Whoa.
Orange, thank you very much for the 4 months, Boo. I appreciate that. Are they getting more out of the gloves than I think they should be? No? What's the weird thing with minions? Those things apply twice to minions, but only a little bit. Those things apply twice to minions, to shadow minions in particular. Also, shadow mages have the darkness skill tag. It's somewhere over here. In case you're wondering, your mages don't have skill tags other than summon, but your shadow mages have the darkness skill tag. So here's the question. What about Reapers? What did I miss? Reapers don't do shadow damage? Did I know this? Yeah, it says right there, huh? Physical damage. Holy shit, I'm stupid. A Photic? They could always proc Shadowblight because they do shadow damage. a photic. No, Reapers don't naturally do shadow damage. I just thought they did because that was a silly Billy. I was a silly Billy. My minions are all doing 28 damage. I'm going to grant them 50% increased damage. What? Hello? Hello, God? Hello, yes, God? I would like to report a crime. So they're doing 28 damage. Hitting Ray's skeleton will increase my minions' damage by 50%. They are still doing 28 damage, so that's wrong. They should be doing 32. That's wrong. That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. Hello? God? Hello, Jesus Christo? What? So my minions are doing 22 damage. I'm going to use Ray's Skeletal Priest to increase their damage by 50%. They should now do 33% damage, or they do 33 damage. Everybody likes that. That's great. That's awesome. I'm going to go ahead and put on my boots. My boots are going to increase their base damage, obviously, because it has intelligence on it. So their new base damage is 28. My boots now say Skeleton Priest empowers your skeletal warriors to deal shadow damage and have 23% increased chance to stun enemies. I will now raise Skeletal Priest. They will not do increased damage. As you can see, Raise Skeletal Priest is no longer granting a 50% damage multiplier. Does Aphotic replace Skeletal Priest's ability? What? Side note. Hello. With Aphotic on. Raise Skeleton Priest no longer grants 50% damage bonus for your warriors. So that's cool. Okay, let's go ahead and put on this. And this should have two effects. They should now be doing shadow damage, and they should gain a 20% damage multiplier. So they should go from doing 28 damage. 28 damage multiplied by 1.2. Multiplied by 1.63. They should now be doing 54 damage. Well, they should also be getting a 50% damage multiplier from Raise Skeletal Priest, but like fucking what can you do, right? Have it all. Huh. That's fun. Now, let's see. Also, I'm just screaming into the atmosphere. So they go from 54 damage. Let's see what happens when I bump them up here. They're now doing 69 nice damage. 69. Not enough. Okay. Abyssal. 3. 3. The double dip applies to skeleton warriors with a photic. Okay. Here's a question. Here's una pregunta. Una pregunta, por favor, por mío. What about these guys? $378. $568. Huh. Skeletal. Wait. Skeletal Priest will grant the damage multi to mages, even with a photic. Huh. 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 Interessante. Has this been working for my golem the entire time? Has my golem been getting this damage multi? The world may never know. Oh, that was fucking stupid, huh? Hello? Go, golem. Golem does 128. Golem does 192. Huh. The rabbit hole continues. Huh. 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 Interesting. Okay. Let's clean this up. Do I care about anything else with aphotic? It's so wild that it just doesn't grant the 50% damage multiplier. Do you know what I mean? Like, how fucking wild bananas is that? How insane is that? How did we get here? Does anybody know? Why is my screen all weird? Hello? That was weird. How did that even happen? So, love these testing streams? I do too. I have a lot of fun with them. I have a grand old time. But also, the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? Unyielding commander, I guess. Okay. At least aphotic triggers decrepify? No, that got fixed.
Until spring.
Pigeon music. That pigeon shit. Oh man. We're all having a great time here. $347. Unyielding. I'm on that pigeon shit. Nuclear bomb. What are those? Where'd you find this? I'm only on that pigeon shit. Man, downloading music back on Kaza was crazy, am I right? I mean, even like Kalan's. What's Kalan's doing? I went from Kaza to LimeWire. I never had Napster because I didn't have money. Does Bone Prison expiring trigger Kalan's? It does. Yep. But you have to cancel it. So they're doing 357 damage. Now they're doing 429 damage. 20% damage increase. Yeah, because Soulja Boy would release his music under other people's names, hoping that you would download it. So you would just take like Britney Spears and 50 Cent and everybody. I've seen that interview. Still have Winamp installed. I was too young for Winamp to be relevant. Okay. What codex should you put on the amulet for a minion build? We have all of that listed in the build guide body shots. I would recommend reading it through because I don't want to give you different information than what it says if it has different recommendations. Ultimately, reanimation will end up on your amulet, but for a long time you can put Grasping Veins up there for more crit chance. You can put Frenzied Dead up there for a lot more attack speed if you don't have any on your gear. It kind of depends on where your build is at. Titan's Fall. So it appears to be things which modify summon, but that's just it. Hold on, but Unyielding Commander didn't double. So it's just summon additive. Like just summon additive? Notice that the Heraldric Catalysts involve summoned entities, basically the anomalies, the Taunt Pillar, and I think one more. Remember that the rune that summons a wolf used to reset your Ring of Men down. Is that an issue with the Heraldric spells too? No, they fixed that. Unless it's newly bugged in this season, but they fixed that interaction. Do I look like a penny? Do I look like a modern art rendition of a techno god Jesus? A lot of people have been messing around with mages attacks trigger twice and boosting shadow damage. And Kerlucklin on Reddit posted that they did some tests to prove that something was double dipping. The middle of the sheet of stuff work? No, everything works. It's whether or not something does double damage or not. Why does Grasping Veins give more damage than Damned? Well, if there are no bugs in the game, Grasping Veins works for all of your damage and not just the shadow damage from just the auto attacks of your mage. What else does damage on your build? What does the majority of damage on a minion build? Yeah, that one. But does Damned work twice? It's now the question.
till spring.
Is it your birthday today, Raven? By the way, no matter what you do here, damned is still wronged. Get fucked, everybody. You're officially 40. All right, everybody. Get ready for my beautiful rendition of Happy Birthday. Happy birthday to you. 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 Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. 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 Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Overlord, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. Cancer for the win? I'm a Cancer. It's actually my birthday very soon. Yes, it's 1 week from now. Goosebumps. We in here. Let's go, baby. I will be the ripe old age of 35 years old. Let's go. Okay. Damn doesn't apply twice, get fucked. No luck on gear? I'm sorry to hear that, friend. I would recommend leveling and gearing on minions. Mac for president, let's go, baby. Morn will be 48. In Celsius, that's 12. It's not, it's like 6. What is... It's 9. I was close. You got plus 15 on Reaper Pursuit? That's actually very nice. And 35 yesterday? Hey, happy birthday. Got a lot of July babies in here. What were all of our parents doing in November, huh? The answer was having premaritals. Sorry. Yeah, Blood the Scream is a great question, huh? So, let's do some math. Wait. Thank you, Overlord. Be updating your build guide for Shadowblight? I will be, yes. Bloodless Scream. So hear me out. Bloodless Scream works on Shadow Mages. So hear me out here. Hear me out. Everybody listen. 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 Also, the non-physical damage doesn't apply twice. Listen. Please listen. Please listen. Bloodless Scream's damage multiplier works on Shadow Mages. So listen. Listen. I feel like you're not somebody, please listen. So hear me out. Listen. Bloodless Screams multiplier works on shadow mages. So I feel like maybe we're not all listen. Maybe we need to turn on our ear. Maybe we need to turn on our listening ears. Maybe we crank those up. So what the fuck does that mean? So listen. It doesn't apply twice. Listen. Ooh. Shadow Frost mages are, as they say, big. This also means that the best Frost mages in the game are Shadow Mages! Ah! Hold on, we have to go to Reddit. Go to Reddit and this sucks so bad. It wasn't outperforming the Mendeln focus build though yet. That's the only issue. It's still not the best version of it. Yeah, nobody has beaten this. Okay, so listen. It does not work with Mendeln, no. So what do we do with this information? We make a non-Mendeln focused build. Is that the craziest thing I've ever said? Yes, it is. It is in fact the craziest thing I've ever said. Let's go look. Let's go look. Summoning additive is stronger now. That sucks. The moon out of the sky. Fuck me, dude. It is, but only minorly so. So it's a difference of 130 versus 105 over 2 gear pieces, and then double that. So it's 25, 50. It's 100 additional additive damage. That's not super important, but it is 100 additional additive damage. But let's talk about okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. Ooh, we're gonna math out. Oh, there's one other thing I actually need to know. When it chooses to do double damage, they don't both choose to do double damage. Can I ever see them both do double damage? Are we finally making Sanguivore great? Oh, no. No, this has nothing to do with Sanguivore. In fact, Sanguivore has gotten weaker in comparison to last season because we've gained more Mage Mastery ranks. But yes, the additive damage is worth twice as much. But the weapon is still very bad for your build because you don't have an aspect that increases your mage's damage. Sanguivore will never be great for a minion build if it doesn't say increase minion damage on the aspect. I don't think I've ever seen both projectiles do double damage. Oh, it just happened there. Okay. Both projectiles can do double damage. Both. And then I need to try. What's the chance of doing double damage? It's roughly 1 in 3. It is Zendefta. We covered that yesterday. Sarcasm? Sorry, I did not see the sarcasm. Mine an infinite bug spiral? Not so much an infinite bug spiral, but we're definitely in an interesting place right now. Mage cast twice. Just funny to mention Sanguivore every chance that we get. Damn.
Not bad.
Wow.
That then is worth the point.
Sorry. Fame with the raid. Fame, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Welcome to my stream. My name is MacroBioBoi. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Maxroll. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. I'll give you a quick second to get settled in, just in case anybody is seeing ads or whatever. Sorry, I can't do nothing about that. That's on Twitch. We are testing a very fun thing. It's very fun. It's very, very, very fun. Everybody loves it. It rolls per projectile? That's crazy work. We are in the middle of testing. Hello. Welcome on in, everybody. I read a Reddit post by a necro theory crafter on the Reddit community named Kirk. And Kirk pointed out that there's some weird double dipping happening for skeleton mages. So we've spent a whole bunch of time testing things. That's what works. This what doesn't. These are just weird insights I've learned. Like, shadow mages are a darkness skill. That's not supposed to be true, but it is right now. And that means that shadow mages benefit from things like Bloodless Scream's 3x damage multiplier. So, what kind of impact does that have on the build? Who knows? Not me. I'm a regular person who thinks regular things are how it works. So welcome on in, Fonz. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in, welcome on in, welcome on in. Chance to double cast triggers separately on each of the missiles from mage option 2. That's fun. It's a fun thing to know. Is Bloodless Scream actually good? Well, you can run Pit tier 95 with Bloodless Scream on a Bloodless Scream build, which I have a guide that'll be coming out probably tomorrow. But this is more, we're in a fun place. You got Starless Size, huge. But right now we're in a fun place where fun's happening and everybody's having fun. Me, I'm the one having fun. So, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the raid. Let's get a shout out for Fame as well. Did we get a shout out? Shout out for Fame. Fame is awesome. Got the chance to meet her in Seattle. Y'all should go give her a follow. She plays this game 3 times as much as anybody else you know. That's not a joke. She plays it more than everybody on the planet. Nobody else plays this game as much as Fame does. Can't do it, Trev. It's on an 8-second cooldown because your boy got it. Get bent. Okay, so what do we do with this information? We do the math. Okay. Is mage attack speed capped? There is a realistic cap. There's not a hard cap. There is a cap in the sense that there is a maximum amount of attack speed that you can put onto a build. There's also a weird thing with your, with basically everybody who isn't the bone golem, where they hit a weird plateau. So like basically going from attack speed 100% to attack speed 145%, Doesn't really do anything, depending on the minion. And then after that, they start to attack faster. But for some reason, this weird middle part has a plateau. So, let's do some math. Obviously, everybody loves math. Flashbang incoming in 3, 2, 1, flashbang. So we'll call this mages, call this Mendel. Weapon, percent. Math, you're out of here. That's gonna happen on a big job like this. Okay. So. And we'll do damage. Damage percent total. So this will be equal to this multiplied by this multiplied by sum of this. And this will be equal to this divided by this plus this. And this will be equal to this divided by this plus this. Now let's start doing some math. Great. It's going to be equal to 530 plus 794 by 2. It's equal to 0.52. And Mendel is 7146. Do this divided by 662. So that is 1079. But it only applies once every 6 attacks, right? Let's divide this by 6. So what this is 1.79. And now we start going through things. Intelligence. On this build right now, if I don't swap out anything else and I just like generally take it, we have 598.7. These should bump down. Boop, 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 boop. These should bump out. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. So, right off the bat, in case anybody is confused by the math, what we're attempting to calculate is how much we can boost Shadow Mage damage as opposed to how much we can boost Mendel's damage, right? And there's a couple things to keep in mind. Things to keep in mind. Summoning equals double for mage and not Mendel. And sum of shadow equals double for mage and none for Mendel. And whether or not we can get to a higher damage total doing it differently. Right? This will be expected damage per attack. That would be the idea. So we have additive. Because for this, for it to be worth your time to build more into only the mage's base attack than Mendeln damage, you would need to be doing, you would need to increase the mage's damage alone by greater than 3.46 times. Because it, like, here's one thing to consider. Without men down, the intelligence is a wash. The additive damage is actually less than what you would get. Mendeln has two big things going for it. One, it do big damage. And two, it do mage mastery. Now, mage mastery isn't as important on this setup. Why? Well, because we have 480 with mage mastery. It's 20 per point. And we'd be losing 5. So it'd be 380. Right? So this is equal to a 5.8 divided by a 4.8. So the mage mastery ranks represent a 20% increase in damage. And then the Mendeln itself is doing 3 times as much damage as the mages currently. I guess I have to test Cult Leader. I have to test Cult Leader. And to do that, okay. So, I have to drink one of these bad boys. So I am at, oh, I already have a bunch of fucking attack speed. God damn it. So attack speed, they're at 48. And they're currently doing 763. So that's 80%. So Cult Leader is only applying once. Okay. Yeah. Bugs. Comparison. So we really only have to look at the things which we know are different. Because we assume everything else works the same per our testing. It actually makes this kind of easy. So The only things we really have to look at are the differences in additive between the two. Okay. So the difference in additive is 29.68425 and 33.31025. So the difference in additive from our summoning damage shifts mages up to 24% of our total damage. Then we have our Reaper multi, which is equal to 1.2 squared. No, this is prod. Which bumps up our mages to 31% of our damage. Does this even work? Like, how... $26.8. Did this just not do anything the whole time? Okay, so it has been working there. Do I have Ahu? I do. Okay, so a big part of the calculation is Ahu. Sure. There's only so much added damage scaling. Them having a chance to trigger twice, like, yes, it is part of the calculation. Absolutely. Have you looked at like other YouTube builds, see what they're doing and compare and see? That's what I'm doing and I'm lost. Do I compare to other people's builds? Sometimes. When I think that they might be doing something that I haven't considered, I try to math out why they're doing that thing. And when somebody brings something very interesting up to my attention. I also, like, I talk to every like necro creator or like guide writer or theory crafter that I can speak to and in English. Like even just alone, right? Like on Maxroll, I've 3 of the best creators. I've myself, Sirach, and Sara, and we all send each other our builds. We collaborate on all of it. We bring up ideas. When something comes to me, I shoot it off to them. When they come across something, they shoot it off to me. Sirach started off in the Sanctuary Discord, where, I mean, there's a ton of people in there that I talk to, right? People like Sirke and C Todd and Scribblet and Grief and Aureus and all the people whose names don't immediately come to my mind, and I'm not trying to be an asshole, I'm not trying to forget them. But I talk to like basically everybody. You know, before the season goes live, Crit picks my brain about things that he should explore with minions. We talk about different stuff. He tests weird things, which is stuff I don't typically do. So, yes and no. I don't go copy people's builds, right? That's obviously a big no-no. But do I go see what some people are doing if I think that they are doing something different than what my best guesses would be? Definitely. So we gotta talk about this gem. Did we test Great? We did not test Great Feast. Unyielding Commander didn't provide double the damage bonus. So I don't see this doing much, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't look at it. And of course, I will have to go put it onto a piece of gear because fuck me. Why does Sirach recommend Nagu Cax and I recommend Ahu Cax? Because right now Sirach is recommending Zan in the build guide, which requires the Ahu rune, but I do not think that that is the appropriate path forward. If you swap over to the Shadow Mages being the primary damage, that would be the case. No, that changed. Sirach is in chat saying that changed. But it should be Ahukax. And then Igni, I use Igni Thul. This could be close so that the choice could depend on how good your Mendeln roll is. The difference here will be whether or not you use Mendeln, not if I currently have a shitty Mendeln, should I change my entire build. Didn't look who's number one mage necro. In Pit, that's Ronnie. But there's something really important to remember here. Ronnie, great theory crafter, great blaster, great proof of concept. Who currently has the number one clear in the Pit is not determined by who has the better build on theory craft. Who has the better Pit clear is, do you have the skill to do it? And do you have better gear? And are you a higher Paragon level? Who has the highest clear is not the same thing as whose build on paper is the best. It is whose build in the real universe is currently the best. And also who has the patience to actually grind it out and look for fishing. Ronnie, very smart dude. We talk with Ronnie all the time. This is not diminishing Ronnie. But looking at who currently has the highest pit clear, while typically runs parallel with what is the best setup for the build, that's not inherently true of the statement. What was the weird thing with minions? This is the weird thing. Basically, some things are double dipping.
Cleanse these boils from my skin, and I promise to become your most devoted servant. I mean it this time.
I'm an idiot. Hold on. Often the highest pit push, at least for the Necromancer, the highest pit push build is actually shit for doing anything else in the game, because running the pit is nothing like doing any other content in the game. So basically, you shouldn't even look at the pit tier list to figure out what build is good for doing other content. You will have a very bad time. You should look at the speed farming variant that we have on max roll for the build that you like. Really? Yeah. The things that you have to do to be able to push the highest pit tier make the build the clunkiest, the least enjoyable, the heaviest APM, the heaviest mechanics, the most overlapping and like really, really grinding combinations of things that you can do. On other classes, like Sorceress or Spiritborn or the Rogue, that's not the case. On the Necromancer, it's very much the case. So Specty, you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what the Eliminator glyph does. The Eliminator glyph boosts intelligence nodes in its radius. It's not about activating the glyph, it's about getting as much bonus intelligence out of it as possible. Because yes, increasing your core stat is 99 out of 100 times the strongest thing that you can do for your build, because you will tend to have thousands and thousands of additive. Now, with Overpower getting nerfed, this isn't always the case, but on endgame Paragon, you will pick up every additive damage node and every intelligence node you possibly can. It's not really one or the other. You'll pick up every additive damage node. So there's not really a thing to decide. The only thing that you can do is make sure to pick up as much intelligence as possible without wasting nodes traveling. Does Armory save Paragon? It always did. Like last season, our best pit pushing build was Bone Spear, which was arguably our worst speed farming build and terrible for all content other than doing the pit. I guess technically bossing, but did you want to do Helltides or Undercity or go into an Infernal Horde or do a Nightmare Dungeon? Have fun playing a build that relies on a required cooldown of Bone Prison to be able to do your damage. You're not gonna have a good time. You have to overwrite the armory whenever you put points in? Yep. The armory updating in real time would be pure lunacy, right? Because then you would never know what version of your build you had saved. Thought to my build. So I'm not super interested in being compared to other creators or their builds, but I will say I think I have the best build. I wouldn't have put it out if I thought it was a worse version. Okay, Great Feast applies normally. But I'm glad that you're seeing success with my build. Also, again, so since we collaborate on Maxroll, right? Like all the build guides are all fully collaborative. Anything that I learn, Sirach implements into the build. Anything that Sirach learns, I implement into my build planner. No, the nodes look small. It is way more important than just meeting requirements. It gives more damage than like actual damage nodes. Often, yes. So on low intelligence, vastly. So the full answer to your question, Specty, is that at every single moment with the Paragon board, you have to ask the question, which one of these two nodes, if I have a choice, would modify the damage of my build in a greater way. To be able to calculate that, you have to do the math every single time because all of these things have diminishing returns. Since you have an additive bucket and an intelligence bucket, adding more and more and more here gives you less of a damage increase, and adding more and more here gives you less of a damage increase. If this is intelligence and this is additive, and they're like this, is intelligence stronger? Almost certainly. What about if it's like this? Maybe additive is stronger. But in the end game, since the Paragon is very, very simple and you can only have 5 boards, you will literally pick up every single additive node that is available to pick up, and you will still have about 50 to 60 points left over. Since the only way to further increase your damage on your build is to get a stat which would do that, picking up intelligence. It's not even is it super valuable? It's the only thing that has value. So it's effectively infinitely valuable. Yeah, no problem, Michael. Should we compute the optimal ratio from theory? There is no such thing as an optimal ratio. There is not a ratio because all damage nodes are not made equal and all current intelligence values are not made equal, because you have different modifiers that change your base of intelligence. So you would have to be able to create a function that it can't even, because it can't assume an average value of point per additive, because each build is different. Vulnerable is different than crit, is different than overpower, is different than damage to healthy, is different than damage to injured, is different than blood damage, is different than shadow damage, etc. What up, Grief? Tier list goes left to right, top to bottom. No, you're good, Taylor. I'm just saying that out loud. So there was a while where some content creators, none that anybody has referenced, but some content creators found it okay to badmouth me and people that I care about when we were not there. And rather than get on my petty shit, which I would love to do because I am at heart a ghetto ass petty bitch, instead, I create a space where no one can ever be spoken about in comparison or minimized or hurt if they are not here to talk about it themselves. I would love to be on my petty bitch shit, but I know that it inflames them to no end, that I'll never say their name, they'll never get free press from me. And in the universe, if anybody were to ever ask or ever look for context, all they'll ever see is me respecting the fact that I will not have them compared to or badmouthed in my space. Because they're small and I'm smaller, but my smallness is kindness. Maxwell should create a side page on the Necromancer that shows your hypothetical minion stats. We have a calculator. It's all here. Does this help Hand of Nas builds or no? We're calculating. I kneel. Y'all crazy. I appreciate y'all. It's important to get that number on the Necro Ring to the max. It is actually, in the grand scheme of things, the only important thing on that ring. The damage value on it, the only important thing. Yes, mastery ranks would be cool, but literally the only important stat on it when you're talking about an endgame build is the damage on it. If you have a 6995 that's one less than perfect, that's okay. You're missing out on like 8 to 11% damage. You don't run army now? Haven't for a long time, Pater. I'm using a 6995, but it's only because I can't find a better one. See, min-maxing in metrics. Welcome back on in. Gloom is 1632. Terror. How do you calculate terror? Go in the middle. Is there anything else which differently engages with these two things? I don't have to calculate service and sacrifice. It works for both of them. Is there a reason? The aspect service and sacrifice was added to the game. Let's say this wasn't the case. Ciao, BBQ. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it is a constellation. Service and Sacrifice exists, and now Hand of Naz says you can have 12 mages. But even last season, Grandfather wasn't really the best in slot anymore. Because reanimation got bumped up to a 60% damage multiplier? Or was that this season? I don't fucking remember. The answer is reanimation is now a 60% damage multiplier. Grandfather only represented a 50% damage multiplier multiplied by 2. We used that because we didn't have a greater than a 50% damage multiplier available anywhere else. With a multiplier which is now larger, there's no reason to use it in the first place, just like straight up. And then in addition to that, Hand of Naz comes out, allows you to have 12 mages, and then Service of Sacrifice. So our largest damage multipliers become a 200% damage multi, a 60% damage multi, and a 50% damage multi. That comes with an upside. Add on to that, the weapon can have a higher base damage because it's a slower weapon, and you can temper onto it, which makes it significantly stronger than Grandfather. Grandfather for the mage minion. Grandfather got power crept when they added tempers, and minions have just been lagging behind for that to be relevant. You want to talk about power creep? Grandfather is an exact example of power creep. But why won't they just like wildly buff Grandfather to make it significantly better? Oh. Something they could do to Grandfather make it very interesting is to say skills have 50% chance to deal double damage. That'd be very interesting. So let's go mage twice. Versus Titans. It's 12 ranks. What happened to minions? Weird bugs. We're figuring it out. Oh, why can't they just like buff Grandfather to the Moon? Because the Barbarian gets to equip it for free. Secretly, y'all need to remember that secretly in the back of like the design space for this video game, Barbarian gets to equip 4 weapons, and that means if it can be equipped by the Barbarian and other classes, for it to be powerful enough to be relevant for other classes, it would be insane on a Barb. Yes, bosses are considered elites. If you hover over damage to elites, it'll tell you that. Oop. Did you know that players are elites? Oh, okay. So the question is the increase rate of... Thank you, Cass. So here's the question. If the upside of the chance to cast twice is Ahu Kak's proc rate, why not just swap over to every third attack cast twice? Why Ahu and not Nagu? Ahu triggers faster than Nagu. The optimal setup for the Cax rune is Ahu. It's not even close. It's not even like vaguely close. The thing that this ignores, though, I mean, it ignores a lot. You lost me with that question. So, the thing that we're looking at here, every third attack cast twice, the Shadow Mage option. I have to test it. I just have to test it? I just have to test it. Okay. Then I'll just test it. The answer is just test it. I'll test it. I'll test the fudge out of it. I'll fudge and test it. Me, I'll just fudge and test it. If I gotta do it, I gotta do it. If I have to fudge around and fudge and test it, I'll fudge. I don't seem like the kind of guy to test anything. I'm just gonna skate by. You're so right. You know what sucks? There are people like that, and like they pretend to be smart, and it pisses me the fuck off. This is a vague post. If you just fucking copy shit and pretend like you did it, fuck a goat. You come sit in the fucking training room for 3 hours and look at damage numbers. All right, I feel better. If the mage multiplier actually worked, would you test it though? I don't know what that question means. What kind of goat? Okay. You need a timer? Hold on. If the mage multiplier actually worked, would it be worth it to test it? It's worth it to test it no matter what scenario we find ourselves in. Testing is just that, trying to arrive at a conclusion and generate data. Just create your build based on the gamebook released at launch. I've done that for Diablo 2, and let me say. Now, to their credit, the game was very different back then. But holy, the recommended Druid was a trip. Let's do some time trials. All right, so we're going to do some time trials. Get some data up. Time trials. Base. Procs. Over how many seconds? Yeah, it's going to take a while. Oh no. We're gonna get 10 procs. See how quickly that takes. That's a good average. One. Two. Three. Welcome to it. Four. Five. Oh. Six. Seven. Eight. Nine. Ten. Okay. This in seconds is 10 procs over, let's call it 132 seconds. 132. Now, okay, so it takes 13 seconds on average for them to proc Ahu Cax. Them attacking faster must drastically impact this. Do it again. Holy shit. I immediately wasn't looking. One. Two. Three. Four. Five. Six. Seven. 8. So this one was 10 procs in 66.21 seconds. If we're going to do that, then I can do 131.55. So the Necromancer attacking doubles the rate at which you proc this effect. But there's actually even one more thing that we need to test. Plus spell. Oops. Which is putting this back on. We'll do that one more time. What's the highest pit I've done with this build? My build on my stats can do 103. I did 100 with 6 minutes remaining. Meat. Perfect cliffhanger. I have to take a call. Actually, you know what? I'm going to run ads now. This is a perfect segue. I need y'all to give me a few minutes, and I'll be back. I'm going to run ads now. I'm going to take a quick break. Give me a few minutes. Got to take a phone call, and then we'll be back and we'll finish off this part of the testing. Sorry. I have to coordinate movers to move a house because we bought a house and it's a lot and it's too much and I'm fucking freaking out. I needed to talk to my dad. What is the multiplier you've given to quantify Mendeln? It's not a multiplier. It's just the damage coefficient of Mendeln on the build. Mendeln does this much damage. Divided by 6. Because it's 6 attacks to trigger it. So it's not a multi of Mendeln. This is how much damage Mendeln does on the build when you consider them all attacking. I didn't get water. God damn it. I realize I have to make another call. Hold on. This one's very short. I have a really good phone voice, but I fucked up what I wanted to say and then I had to fumble. I don't like that. Okay, now let's redo our time trial. I fucking wasn't counting. This is hard. All right, and we wait until it triggers, and then one. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 57. Okay. So, you have tried Shadowblight? Join the stream? No, we've been dealing with minions the whole time. I was convinced that Shadowblight was better than Kalan's Edict for Shadow Mages. No. No, by a far margin, no. Okay. So this is time trial. And how often we benefit from CAX. This is against a single target. Our ability to trigger it goes up with more targets. So the reason why this time trial is actually like really good. Oh, that was missing lucky hit chance. Oh no, it wasn't. Okay, that just ran out. On 45 out of 50. Make sure that you level up your glyphs to 46, because that way you actually need to level them up to get the additional damage multiplier. I know it says 45. That's just wrong. I don't know what's up with that. Okay, so there's that. So now we swap over to a weapon that has chance to double cast at 55. And we do the same time trial. But double cast. One. Two. Oh, I screwed up. One. A two. Three. Four. Five. Six. Seven. Eight. fine. I have to do this again. One. Two. I don't believe that I have come across math that would support that losing Mendeln is worth it. But we have to figure that out. When Mendeln represents 50% of the build's damage output, that means that Mendeln is roughly a 2x multiplier of the build's damage. So whatever you replace it with would have to double your damage. Which could happen with Army of the Dead. $127. Oh no, that is 87.56. So, pretty noticeable increase. About a 50% increase in the trigger rate here. Which is roughly what you would expect with about a 55% chance for skeleton mages to attack twice. Free 75% damage buff worth it. That's a utility aspect. And also no. You could not put that onto a ring. Okay, so now we do what we just did, but we cast all of our spells. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 47 seconds. Represents a 20% increase in uptime on Cax. Now, one of the things to kind of notice, though, oh, well, yeah, I don't have lucky hit chance on it. Okay, yeah, I would have time on resource. From aspects alone, I don't know how you're going from 17x to 36x. But that's only doubling your... That's a little bit more than doubling. Which is not enough, currently. Well, it depends. But I would have to see where that number is coming from. So, what this does is it gives us some good insight. So Cax increases your damage for 1 second. So the way this goes, this is right. So the way this works is it goes 5.7 seconds. You get a 2x. And then 4.7 seconds later, you get a 2x. And so on and so forth. This is and then you get a 2x. And it's 3.748 seconds, and then you get a 2x. And so on and so forth. This is against a single target. What up, Otter? What's going on? What'd you do? Also, long time no see. Oh, very cool. What build? Is having too high movement speed on minions actually detrimental because they keep having to respawn instead of moving with you? No. Nope. That doesn't logically hold weight. If the whole thing is that they're not attacking anything until you get there, they wouldn't be moving with you unless they weren't attacking. So getting there faster just means getting there faster. What's wrong with minions? They double dip on some stuff. They seem to be too far behind in the pit. You moving slower wouldn't make them be ahead of you. Yeah. It's just, I guess it's just not deeper than that. It's you moving faster is always better. You moving slower wouldn't make them engage monsters faster. What I do need to figure out is how to translate this to this. So here's the thing that I'm thinking about, right? The difference between just them attacking and them attacking with attack twice is a 50% increase in how quickly they proc Ahukax with a 55% roll on my weapon. So I think if I were to do enough time trials, you would see a 1-to-1. You would see a 55% increase. So this can get all the way up to 88%, right? So the question would be, what does that look like? What does that look like? So it would be this divided by 1.88. So you would expect them to do it in just under 7 seconds to trigger it 10 times. So it would be 7 seconds per trigger. And that points to a massive increase in Ahukax proc rate. But that's if you're only looking at your mages. What you don't realize is that you represent the significantly larger you attacking increases the rate at which you proc Ahukax by 130%. So that means that your minions are like 40% of the weight of triggering Ahukax. Roughly. Yeah, your minions are 43% of the trigger activations of Ahukax. Does the bio in my name have anything to do with armpits? It does not. I have a degree in microbiology. Bio is the Greek root for life. Macro is on the macro scale. Micro is on the microscopic scale. Macro is on the macro. We are on the macro scale. So the idea is like large life, real life. What is the most important stat on Nas? Mage Mastery. And then after that, what you need. So I personally go Mage Mastery, Maximum Life, Additive, Attack, Speed. That'd be my personal list. You just came in. What's happening with minions? They're weirdly double dipping on stuff, so we have to test a lot of things. So if your mages are 44% of your Ahu Cax triggers, how do I do this math? In time trial A versus time trial B, them having the chance to attack twice 55% of the time shows roughly a 50% increase. So I think it's a 1-to-1. Meaning that here's what I could do. About a 50% increase in proc rate. Have I thought about using AI? No, I would not use AI. But I don't need AI to analyze DPS. This is not a DPS calculation. This is an Ahu Cax proc rate simulation. Also, AI is evil, and we shouldn't use it. So, Ahu Cax represents it takes 5.7 seconds to trigger it. It's up for 1 second. Then only takes 4.7 seconds to trigger it. So what is the relevant uptime? Like, what's the DPS increase? Multi. It's just 2 divided by 4.5, 4.7, right? Well, no. 1 plus 1 divided by 4.7. God, that shouldn't have been so goddamn hard to do. Okay. There we go. Mage cast twice is roughly equivalent to an 11.97% damage increase. Which is still less damage. Get fucked. I'm right. Okay. Okay.
Blessed above all others be the hour when you remember to remember me.
It's minuscule, though.
I'm going to let you pray for me tonight. You shall die exquisitely.
Okay. So let's talk about this part of the simulation.
So, here we go.
This is without changing more things, right? Without changing more things. Even considering the extra 4x in the additive, even considering the 1.44 from Reapers, the 1.32 from Gloom, 1.17 from Terror, the mage attack twice as a full damage multi, and the Cax rune uptime. At this point, the mage's damage is representative of 60% of the build's damage output. In comparison, to Titans, with the difference in multis, Titans is 2% more damage than Mage cast twice. It is better DPS. Now, I'm good, Taylor. My gear is, I'm good on my gear. Thank you, though. And this is a big butt here. This is a big butt. This is a huge butt. It is a massive butt. There's a lot to consider. So Naps, this is assuming only 2 out of 3 masterwork crits across all pieces of gear except for the weapon, where both of them are being considered at triple masterwork crit. Here's the but. The build as it's currently built, still using men down, still using everything that would scale both sets of damage. Try to speedrun this. Like Kotick, we're not talking about Bloodless Scream really at all. We're talking about minions. And this is a huge but. Got to clip that into a meme format. Do it. My chat doesn't really clip me, and I feel like I say some out-of-pocket shit that would do really well on TikTok. So if y'all ever think you could clip me doing something funny, please do it. I need to make TikTok content, and the kids need to know I'm funny. This is a huge but. As the build is currently structured, the best setup for pit pushing mathematically is the way that I recommend it. For anything that isn't pit pushing at the highest pit tier you could possibly do, Cast Twice is going to feel a lot better, and that's why everybody is feeling a lot better. And this is so fucking important. None of this makes Damned better. None of this makes Abyssal better. None of this makes building into shadow damage and not scaling men down better. It doesn't. But, and here's the bigger discussion. What if, and this is a big what if. This is a big what if. This is a massive what if. What if we reimagine the build without Ring of Mendel? What if we reimagine the build without Ring of Mendel? What if we redid the build without Ring of Mendel? Because at this point, with the shadow damage from the mage's attacks representing greater than 50% of the damage, you would need to double your damage from the same item slot. To net, we don't even need to double our damage. We need to increase our damage by 65% to outperform Ring of Mendel. Now, it's harder than you might think. Because you have to remember, right now, that's the same number. Ring of Mendel is a 65% damage multiplier for all intents and purposes. Deep math. Somebody on Reddit, their name's Kirk, posted that some weird things were double dipping on minions. And the answer is 3 things are double dipping on minions. But it demanded a lot to math it out. And here's all the things that don't. But then we found out that shadow mages have the darkness skill tag. They're not supposed to. Which means that they work with things like Bloodless Scream, a thing that says triple your darkness skill damage. They are not supposed to. They just don't work the way they're supposed to. It's scary. It's spooky. It's spooky scary. So now we have to ask the question. No. Oh, we found the things that do and do not work. It's crazy. But we do have to ask the question. What if we don't use the Ring of Mendel on minions? Because if we can prove that this is mathematically true, then Mendel no longer represents the majority of the damage on the build. And if putting on the Ring of Mendel does less than double your damage, then it's just as equivalent to taking another piece of gear and making it so that it scales your damage by 1.65. They could do other stuff. It could have ultimate skill cooldown on it. It can have a stronger temper on it. We can then utilize a different jewel, which would be further increasing the damage of the minions instead of trying to increase the damage of the larger coefficient of the damage. We could swap out our glyphs. So many things you could do. can't make it. Oh, I want it. You can't make it. You can't make me. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. You can't make me. I'm gonna do it. Going back to Army of the Dead. Because we should be able to reset it at a high enough rate. Damn it! Damn you all to hell! So one, we could just use Damned Aspect, which is a 55, and then have a better ring. But that, even just doing that and then swapping everything else over is equal to a 65% damage increase. But we could do better. We could do a lot better. We could do so much better. I do need a lot of attack speed, I realize, though. We can do better. We can use Zir's sword? No. Zir's sword does not increase mage minion damage. Do we do Bloodless Scream? No, but you almost got me. You almost got me. Ring. Oh, with the potion on. It was 61. Oh, so I don't need GA attack speed. I just need regular attack speed. Okay. Ring. Do I want GA lucky hit? There's no reason not to have it. How much do the Skelly ranks? They're a 20% damage bonus.
solid bits here. More there than I thought.
Masterful work.
There's a good one. Some solid bits here. More there than I thought. There's a good one.
Nice. All right, I'll need una mas after that, but that's okay. That's nice. That's huge.
There is power.
I need the Scornful Light. Don't I have a Scornful Light? There it is.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
Does something change in the build after all that? Maybe. We'll have to see. Can you all please attack this fucking guy? How insane is this? What is happening over here? What are these guys? Why do you refuse to fight this man? Jesus Christ. Minions are still stupid. So the big difference here is that their base damage is a lot higher. Like, yes, you're not getting the Mendelm procs for 150 billion, but each one of their base attacks is doing more than double of what it was previously. God, they're stupid at breaking down anything really, but oh, we can put Cax. Oh, we can put fucking Zan on. Oh, holy shit. Hold on. Hold on. Bananas. We can put Zanrune on. We can put Zanrune on. We can put Zanrune on. Because it's all their base damage, and Mendel doesn't overpower. This is 3 damage per. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Now, what if every 3 attacks they fired an additional bolt? Because we no longer care about this multiplier for Mendel. And what if we put Zanrune on? Hey, everybody. Oh. How about I level up my glyph? Also, that glyph is only at 46. Oh, 49, sorry. X per minion is only as a 9% damage multiplier. The attack doubles every 3 attacks is on average a 33% damage multiplier. So it's a 1.33 versus a 1.09. Is it worth trying it out? Everything's worth trying out, Adopted. What's wrong with minions? They're double dipping on shadow damage, so we're not going to use Mendeln anymore. Maybe. God, I wish my gear was good enough and I could, like, prove this thing. Zan. Oh, so then what do we want to do? Ahu Zan Nagu Cax? For running bosses, would having another ring to swap in sacrificial be... No, sacrificial is worse than other multipliers. What's the sweet spot for Paragon this season? To level up your Paragon glyphs? Whatever pit you can run in 2 minutes. Oh, I just realized I did something silly. There we go. Let's see if I have good enough vulnerable uptime without Thule. This should follow the same logic that by having them cast twice every 3 attacks, we get better uptime. And this also would mean better uptime on Army of the Dead as well. Even against single targets. This is such a shitty map. Yeah, this is just a horrid map. I also need to swap over to the lightning one. These suppressors are a problem when you're actually at a high pit tier. Alright, hold on. Milkman and Squall and Sal Hirokil. Thank you very much for the follows. Forgot my sub? That's okay. You don't have to be subbed. Try that again. What if the percent chance to level is low? So glyph leveling is very different than experience. For glyph leveling, you need to be running the highest pit tier that you can run in like about 5 minutes. Here, everybody, can we come together as a family? also just like very bad. I don't like, so the small hallways, your fucking minions get stuck around them, and then also having the Fallen and the Snake mean that they're kind of like perpetually moving away and always out of range. And then on top of that are reviving little guys who then take a million years to kill because it's a pit. I appreciate that, Lycotic. Why are you not walking towards me? Please, for the love of actual Jesus Christ. Come anywhere near me.
Quite the challenge, eh?
I forgot how much I hated pit pushing on minions. Okay. Minions are so stupid. Plunging darkness. Plunging darkness wouldn't be good. Void would serve a purpose, but yeah, we definitely can't fit it. Doing Harbinger of Hatred and all of your minions were attacking just the immune portal. Yeah, you just can't do Harbinger on minions. Like, you could suffer bust through it. You could do it on a lower torment tier so it doesn't feel as bad. But it's just bad. Why am I fighting these guys? Aspect of cultivating good for minion build? Yes, it is a required aspect for the build, I would say. That was clearly worse. I feel like the dungeon was also a lot worse, and then obviously the boss was a lot worse. I'm also not fully capitalizing. I mean, I'm kind of close to fully capitalizing, right? What if? This is a big what if. We do go a little bit crazy here. Let's try it. We're gonna try something a little bit crazy. Lightless, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. What if? Hear me out. What if?
Use it well.
What if?
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. Beware the envious, my friend.
Masterful work.
You have not seen me run a pit with the men down ring today. What are the thing with minions? They are double dipping on some damage. Multis. What is up with them only targeting these boys all the way back here though, huh? Was men down ring not best in slot anymore, or are we just testing? I do not have an answer to that question yet. The answer is no. All right, cool. Bloodless Scream was a no. All right, I feel better. Am I wrong to be upgrading my darkness glyph? I don't know how I could possibly answer that question for you, random. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish. Darkness glyph is not used on any build. So I guess regardless of what you're trying, the answer is yes, but I don't know what you're using it for. You've probably tried Azurath proc with minions? No, I have not. I would not do that. Minions are a very bad system for proccing lucky hit chance. They have very low lucky hit chance procs. And they don't scale with anything that scales Azurath in a meaningful way. Darkness Glyph would scale the minions' damage. Not particularly well. The major damage multiplier from Darkness is a damage reduction. So it actually only has one multiplier, and the secondary multiplier doesn't appear to double dip. Dr. Moreau, thank you for redeeming the Darkness. The Darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the Darkness will stay redeemed. I typically answer questions, Warlord. I was just in the middle of a pit. I'm using Unyielding Commander. Gets tossed aside? It doesn't get tossed aside. It's just not good for this build. Yeah.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Is it just damned? It might just be damned. How come you don't use a Ring of Starless Skies over a Legendary Ring? Because it would be worse, since we have multipliers which are larger than Ring of Starless Skies, and we want stats that you can't get on that ring. You are not the only person to ask this question, but I find it very interesting because the Ring of Starless Skies is really only good on core skill builds, basically. At least on the Necromancer. But it tends to seem to be like a given that it would be included. And I guess it's because it's a mythic. But I'm always confused when that like expectation exists. Minions don't inherit your lucky hit chance stat. They do. They just have very bad lucky hit chance base. The warriors and the mages have like 18% chance to trigger, and Golem has 20%. What stats primarily? So Starless Skies has attack speed and crit chance and lucky hit chance. Those are the only stats on it that would be relevant for the build. But we're already at attack speed cap and crit chance cap. So the only stat on it that would be remotely relevant would be lucky hit chance. And that build isn't really a lucky hit chance build. Whereas a regular ring can have maximum life so you can survive better. Intelligence, which boosts your core damage. And then you can put on 2 tempers. So ultimate cooldown, so that you can cast your cooldown more often. And then more additive damage, so even more damage on top of that. And then in addition to that, the third stat on it can be either the crit chance if you need that, the attack speed if you need that, or if you don't need it, it could also just be lucky hit chance. So Shadowblight does all of its damage through a key passive, and we have an aspect which is stronger than it. So even if you just compare Grasping Veins and Damned aspect, or Sacrificial. So Sacrificial increases a shadow damage multiplier, a vulnerable damage multiplier, and a critical strike damage multiplier. and that ends up being larger than 50%. Or you can consider Grasping Veins, which grants you 50% damage and 25% crit chance. Or you could consider Damned Aspect, and Damned Aspect gives you 55% damage. So nothing on Starless Skies outperforms anything that we would want it to, and it underperforms in every other way. And that's what generally makes Starless Skies bad. For the build. Not for every build, but for the build. What's up with minions? Okay. 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 I'm going to make a whole video on this, so I'm just going to give you the quick spiel. Summon additive damage applies twice. So you get double summon additive damage. Reaper Sacrifice applies twice. So you get a 1.2 multi twice. The interesting part is that if you add Sacrificial, you get, according to my value, you get a 30.4% damage multiplier and a 20% damage multiplier. So Sacrificial only increases one application of Reapers to their base damage, but it does apply twice. Abyssal Glyph, the first damage multiplier, applies twice. The secondary damage multiplier doesn't. But here's where it gets even more interesting. Did you ever notice that your Shadow Mages trigger Gloom, and that should be impossible because they're not a darkness skill? Well, it turns out very specifically, only the Shadow Mages have the darkness skill tag. So darkness skill damage works for them. Bloodless Scream works for them. So that's interesting. And then there's another more interesting bug, which doesn't increase their damage. In fact, it only negatively impacts their damage. If you use the aphotic aspect, your skeleton warriors don't gain the 50% damage multiplier from Skeletal Priest. And if you sit down and you do the time to do the comparison, you can get your mages to represent greater than 50% of the total damage of a build, meaning that taking off the Ring of Men down and putting on a combination of things which would grant you 65% damage multiplier means that your mages can outperform Men down. So now we're exploring that. Isn't that interesting? Does this double dip have an interesting interaction with Howl from Below? That's a great thing for you to go test, and you let me know. The cool part about not running Men down is that your damage is normalized, which makes this better for speed farming. One day will I try the Golem? Yeah. You didn't have the final point of that Abhorrent Decrepify? Ripper Dipper. Oh, also, since we're not using Ring of Men down, which doesn't overpower, we can go back to using Zan Rune. Since all of our damage is from the mage's main damage. Minions are in a good spot. Yeah, they're our third strongest build, even ignoring all of this. If you don't even look at all of this. Are we closing in on moving away from men down? Maybe. I'm gonna need other people who have much stronger builds to go test it. Because I can only prove so much here. We'll say 75 billion damage without Mendel is kind of insane for a minion build. Was it an overpower nerf this season? Yes. Oh. Oh, I was standing in just too much fire. So, not a desert map. Hey, that is significantly faster than my previous one. That is significantly faster than my previous one. Oh no. Oh no, no. Oh no. Oh no. So to give people context, my pit tier 100 on the minion build before, and I haven't triple masterwork crit my weapon yet, and I don't have all my glyphs at 90 yet. My previous one, on a desert map, I had a little bit over 5 minutes left. This one, I had a little bit over 7 minutes left on a strictly worse map with worse gear and worse glyphs. What? Oh no. I'm Paragon 214. No hells, because we're getting double the summon additive damage due to the bug. But even still, losing out on additive damage for the first 20% of the monster's life to gain a little bit more additive damage after is not really worth it. Okay, let's record a video. Hey, you know how I just put out that video about the updated endgame minion build? I'm sorry. I was wrong. We're not even going to use Mendeln on minions anymore. It's strictly faster. It'll be better at speed farming. And it's kind of ridiculous how much more power you get out of it when you lose the most iconic ring unique in Diablo 4. Roll the pit tier 100 footage. Let's go ahead and talk about why Mage Minions doesn't need that ring anymore. My day started off like any other normal MacroBioBoi day. I woke up in a cold sweat, nightmares of unfinished build guides haunting me in my dreams, and I immediately check Reddit. Why? Because I get a lot of pings on Reddit. But one ping that I got today was particularly interesting. My boy Kirk, over on the subreddit for Diablo 4 Necromancers, had posted something interesting. And this kind of fed into a narrative that's been happening throughout the entirety of the season, but nobody could quite put their fingers on why. For minion builds, for whatever reason, even though mathematically speaking, there was no reason to ever, and I mean ever, ignore Ring of Mendeln's damage and build mostly into the mage's damage, because on paper it just does not play out that way. Kirk noticed something interesting, and it was that there were two sources of damage that appeared to be double dipping. The two in question are summoning additive damage, so not summoning multipliers or anything, just summoning additive damage. And then very specifically, the Reaper's Sacrifice for additional shadow damage. When they calculated their damage with and without these stats on, they noticed that their mages were getting double bang for their buck. So for the additive, they were quite literally getting double the additive, but for the Reaper's Sacrifice, it was actually applying twice. So rather than going from a 20% multi up to a 40% multi, you got a 20% multi 2 times over. That ends up netting you a 44% increase in damage for clicking a single button. But how do we go from thinking maybe investing a little bit more into the mage's damage? But how do we go from thinking that investing a little bit more in the mage's damage itself might net better returns to quite literally getting rid of Ring of Mendeln? Something that, whenever it procs, does 10 times as much damage as your minion's damage. How is that possible? Well, when we take into consideration these two weird little bugs, but not only that, the impact that these other stats can have on your build, it led me through a maze, an absolute... It led me through a maze. I'm talking Island of Minos, Minotaur at the center of it, labyrinth of ridiculous bugged interactions. And for the past 6 hours, we've been testing it on stream. But let me give you the very quick and dirty. What you're currently looking at is the exact same build that was running Pit Tier 100 in the previous one. And whereas in that one, I was able to complete it with just about 5 minutes left over, this pit run, we are finishing with over 7 minutes left, which is an insane increase in efficiency. We get to dip back into using Zanrune for overpower since all of the mage's base damage can overpower, but Mendeln couldn't. We're not even using the Shadow Mages grant a damage multiplier. We're using Shadow Mages fire twice on their third attack, because when all you're doing is Shadow Mage damage, that's a 33% increase in damage. Add on to that, when Shadow Mage triggers twice, the double proc on the third attack can also trigger twice. It's getting pretty ridiculous. And what I'd like to start off with is, again, just like, but this is all getting ridiculous. There's almost too much to cover in the intro. So let's go ahead and look at the testing that we did, look at the results from that testing, along with some really weird other interactions I'm going to be reporting out to the devs, because some things just aren't working at all. And then talk about how we did the math, talk about what the gear is going to look like now, go over the updated planner, and then I'm going to feed all this information over to Sirach, who will get the build guide on Maxroll updated as well, as soon as somebody with better gear than me can go get a higher pit clear than what Ronnie currently has on Helltides. Hell, it might even be Ronnie himself. But let's go ahead and talk about this, because it's going to be arguably the biggest innovation on the Minions build since the game came out. And that's not an overstatement. So again, shoutouts to Kirk over on the subreddit. Kirk obviously added me here. Kirk and I work on a lot of different stuff on the subreddit. But basically, the total gist of why I went investigating any of this is because of this post. So shoutouts to Kirk. You really made me spend 6 hours retesting minions, a thing I've already done twice this season. But at least this time, we came to some really interesting results. Just as a quick recap, summoning additive damage. So the summoning additive damage on your scythe, or the ability to temper it on your rings, or the summoning additive damage available in your paragon, that applies twice. So if you have 100 of it, you actually have 200 of it. That one isn't massive. It is a larger increase in damage than what you should expect, and this is definitely a bug that will get fixed. There's nothing to be done about that, but at least that one's not contributing the most to what's going on here. Reaper Sacrifice, again, is going to apply twice to your mage minions. Now, this doesn't work with any of your other minions, and also a lot of the bugs I'm about to talk about don't work for any of your other minions as well. Shadow mages are just special like that. I guess they're quite literally the golden poster child of minions. That's why we got a unique that said get rid of everything else and only use these guys. And then things like the Abyssal Glyph. The Abyssal Glyph has 2 different damage multipliers. The first one applies twice to your minions. The second one doesn't. Why? I don't know. Oh, that's it. I don't know. But mathematically, that's how it works out. But obviously, I couldn't just sit there and test those things, so I had to test everything. And nothing else, from what I can test, is double dipping. Nothing else the Necromancer has. Titan's Fall isn't, your Mage Mastery isn't, Cult Leader isn't, Kalan's Edict isn't, Damned Aspect isn't, Iron Golem Sacrifice, your Intellect, Reaper's Pursuit, anything like Gloom or Terror. None of those are. So don't worry about those. Those ones are all working exactly as intended. You're good there. But how did we start defining or determining some of these weird bugs? Well, the first thing that happened was that I noticed that my Shadow Mage was triggering Gloom. And you might think, well, of course it does, Mac. But you probably haven't read Gloom in a little while. Gloom says that your darkness skills will apply an effect. Gloom says that your darkness skills will apply an effect to a monster, and if you hit it up to 4 times, it'll stack up to 4 times. And then you will deal increased shadow damage, as well as your minions will deal increased shadow damage. But it has to be a darkness skill. Now, it turns out your mages aren't skills in that way. They do have the summoning tag applied to them, but the various mages are not skills. The Cold Mage isn't a cold skill. The Bone Mage isn't a bone skill. I know, I went and checked bone skill damage and it didn't increase this. But Shadow Mages are a darkness skill. That means that darkness additive damage works for them. It also means that they interact with weird stuff like Bloodless Scream. If you put on Bloodless Scream, your Shadow Mages will deal 3 times damage because they are considered darkness skills that are attacking a target. Now, I did test out Bloodless Scream on this build. It is absolutely trash. It's absolutely horrid. I have a whole build guide that's going to be coming out for Bloodless Scream, but oddly enough, this video is going to take precedent. We have a lot more to discuss here that's much more important. But because of the whole darkness skill and shadow damage double dipping thing, I went and tested a lot of different stuff. So again, bone mages are actually not getting the double damage from summoning damage. So this is just a shadow mage bug. Bone mages are not bone skills. The sacrificial aspect, again, will apply a multiplier to the first multi that Reapers give to your minions, but not to the second one. That one's just like fun to know, but it basically means that sacrificial shouldn't be used on this build because it wouldn't outperform a normal aspect. Here was the one that we have just been getting cheated out of this entire time and we never knew. When you use the aphotic aspect, which makes it so that your shadow warriors also do shadow damage, because I was trying to explore whether or not we can make them do a ton of damage too. When you use that and you use Raised Skeleton, they no longer get the 50% damage multiplier from Raised Skeletal Priest. They do shadow damage and you can scale that shadow damage, but they don't actually get the regular multi. So you literally do less damage with your so you literally end up doing less damage with your warriors by using aphotic aspect. That just sucks. There's nothing really to talk about there. It's just lame. Hopefully the devs will fix it soon. Nice. Are you leaving?
No.
Oh, you're gonna do it. Okay, gotcha.
No.
Yeah.
Going now.
Sure. But the cool part about aphotic is that it does make your skeleton warriors get the double dip. It's not enough to use it. Again, just losing out on the 50% multi from Raised Skeleton is enough to never make this anything. But at least for right now, if you were to put aphotic on and get your skeleton warriors to do shadow damage, they would enjoy all these same double dips. I don't know why. That one's kind of weird too. And then the only other thing that is just good to understand for why this build is going to be changing in a pretty significant way is that when your Shadow Mage is set to do the 2 bolts every 3 attacks, both of those can shatter from Nas and get the double damage bonus. And then the chance to cast twice can also all cast twice. So you can get the shatter effect on everything, you can get the double up on everything. And the increased number of missiles is a huge coefficient of why this build is doing more damage, but it is all of them being able to overpower and being able to scale off of significantly higher multipliers for non-physical damage that really makes this come together. Now, here is the last super mathematic and nerdy part of it. If you don't care about this at all, because all I'm going to tell you is that this leads us to the conclusion that you're going to see in the build, just go ahead and skip ahead to the next timestamp. But I do want to give people the math, because up until I started doing some wild stuff, the math still did not support actually dropping men down. And I want to walk people through why and how. And for this to make sense, you have to understand just how much damage Ring of Men Down really does, because Ring of Men Down is insane. If you have a perfect roll on Ring of Men Down, ignoring any of the other stats, just the damage value on the bottom there, 7,146 damage as a proc, as a base, is actually insanely high. Your Shadow Mages do 52% of your weapon's damage. Your weapon's damage, if you take the average of it, is 530 plus 794, cut in half. So that ends up being 663 damage. Since your mage minions do 52% of that damage, what you end up getting is 52% of 600, so just over 300 as a damage coefficient. So if you take your weapon and you get the average damage of it, not the damage per second, that's absolutely nothing, but the average damage of it, which everything is based off of, you get 663. So your mages doing 52% of this damage at 663 means they're doing just over 330 damage. Men Down procs at 7,000 damage. It's a factor of 20. Now, obviously, Men Down only procs once every 6 attacks. So it's not just 20 times the damage, it's 20 divided by 6. What it ends up being is that Men Down represents, before you do any of the other math, more than 3 times the base damage of each individual mage. And since each individual mage can proc Men Down, it's not like getting more of them like differently changes this math. Each one of them, on average, is only doing about 23% of your total damage, and Men Down was doing 76%. And that's what we're looking at comparing over here. Now, there are only a few things that are really different between the things that scale Men Down and the things that scale mages. Obviously, this bugged interaction with Reapers is a big contributor here. The Gloom passive will obviously only work for the mage's damage and not for Men Down, since Men Down does physical damage. Terror as well. And then if you were to put on things like Mage Cast Twice, which is a huge damage multiplier, but only for your mage's damage, this will obviously outperform and eventually make it so that your mages are doing the majority of the damage. Here, with all these things considered, even the bugs considered, and including how much more often you are triggering your rune words when you use Mage Cast Twice, you'll see that your mages are now doing 60% of the damage. Now, here's the funny part though. Based off of this like very quick analysis, yes, there are more multipliers, but since they're all generic and work for everything, you don't have to worry about that. Even if you considered that, not using Mage Cast Twice, not really trying to build into this, but just using Titan's Fall, the original temper that we were all recommending on our builds, you actually are doing 2% more damage. If you look at still using Men Down, leaving it on the build, and not focusing on the mage's damage. Even fully focusing on it with all these bugs, you're still doing slightly more damage with Men Down. 2% more damage. Now, as you can see, I did a lot of weird stuff over here. I even time trialed the ability to trigger our various runes to get an estimation of the uptime on Cax for its relative damage multiplier with and without double cast in comparison to you fully attacking versus just the mages attacking. I did a lot of math. I ran a lot of time trials. I made my chat look at absolute nonsense. But even though Mendeln represents 2% more damage overall, this is in very specific scenarios where we can't only consider a single form of testing. This would only be against attacking a single target alone with just your mages permanently attacking the whole time. This ignores AoE clear. This ignores when monsters are moving around differently. This ignores the fact that sometimes Mendeln will or will not proc in an area around a target, etc. But the really key takeaway here was that if we can get our mage base damage to represent more than 50% of our total damage, Mendeln in how much it contributes to your build ends up only being roughly equal to a 65% damage multiplier. It's as if you had a ring with the regular stats that you would, and you added on an aspect that said 65% damage multi. Well, there is one aspect in the game that's pretty close to that, but it's when you ignore physical damage in its entirety and realize that there are stronger elemental multipliers for just the mage's base damage, that not only is it fairly easy to get up to a 65% damage multiplier, but you will eclipse this with a single aspect and a single jewel. The aspect is Damned Aspect. Mine is only a 50% damage multiplier, but the jewel is Scornful Light. Jewel says you deal 20% more elemental damage. Now, you would never use this before if you were still including Mendeln on the build, because a 20% damage multiplier for only half of your damage only ends up being about a 10% damage multiplier. And even if you just use the physical damage jewel, that's right here, it's a 40% damage multiplier for half your damage. So that's a 20% damage increase. Overall, on average, you would never actually put this jewel on your build if you were building the minions correctly according to our previous understanding. But in just that 50% multi from Damned, in just that 20% multi from the jewel, we're already outperforming Mendeln's effective multiplier for the build's output. Add on to that, we can get significantly better stats and stronger affixes on this as well. Mendeln, at the end of the day, is just intelligence and skeleton mage mastery. That's really all it is. And that 20% multi you would get from the mage mastery, even with a double crit on it, is already factored into our previous estimation. So really, at the end of the day, this has attack speed you don't need and a little bit of additive damage. Whereas instead, you can get GA intelligence for a massive increase to your damage. You can get better attack speed so that not only your minions get it, but also you get it. You can get lucky hit chance. You can get maximum life for better survivability. You can get more additive damage. You can throw on ultimate cooldown reduction, and you can toss on summoning temper, which is actually going to outperform skeleton mage mastery, which is actually going to outperform skeleton mage temper very, very slightly. You end up getting about another 100 additive damage than you would have previously, tempering it differently. So if you don't want to brick all your gear, don't go swapping over to that. But even just suboptimal amulets like mine that has gloom ranks on it is significantly stronger than it was previously, because building fully into only the shadow damage of the mages means that while yes, I would like to have Hellbent Commander on this, all of a sudden the value of my pretty decent amulet absolutely skyrockets. So, okay, great. What else changed about the build? And what do you need to be aware of? Well, I'm going to hop over to a planner because my stuff is still very imperfect here. I haven't even finished triple masterworking on my weapon. I'm not going to go for a triple crit on chance to cast twice, but you can see my weapon is literally not even 12 out of 12 yet, and it's not even going to be a perfect weapon. It's pretty suboptimal. But at least I hit the summoning damage. That one's pretty cool. But rather than look at my imperfect gear and my imperfect paragon, since I'm only level 214, let's swap over to the planner and I'll point out the big differences if you're trying to go from what you were already doing to what you're doing now. Oh, dude, when you finish a pit in under 8 minutes. So not the size of the video is much smaller. No more Titans Fall? No more Titans Fall. Okay. Excuse me. Ain't gonna slow us down till you say I can be 16. I've been you on the go. I had the girls wishing they were you. I know you heard about me. Guess what's going down in lady? It's your man on the floor. If he ain't, let me know. You can see if you can run it, run it. Girl, indeed I can run it, run it. Hell, you say I could be 16. I could be you in the go. And the girls wishing they were you. What happens if the bug gets fixed? The math gets a little bit harder for... So if the bug gets fixed, you need to come up with 88% damage increase. If the bug gets fixed, making this change is basically still within. So it probably ends up still being better for speed farming. Yeah. To make Shadowblight interesting for this build? No, in no meaningful way. Minions are very bad at triggering things. Like, they don't attack particularly fast. They don't have good lucky hit chance. Bone mages don't have bone tag. What's the TLDR on Mendeln? I'm not using it anymore. So I'm going to continue to maintain the guide that I already had here, but I've added the no men down version of the build. So the biggest takeaway is, remember how you had a regular ring here? You're going to change your ring of men down over to this. This is like the biggest takeaway here. The ring, you're going to be looking for the biggest changes on the build, as far as like things that I would recommend you go do right now so that you can benefit from this. One, we're not going to use Ring of Mendel anymore. That one's fairly simple. We're going to swap out to a damned aspect ring. We're going to add on attack speed so you can still hit your caps, maximum life for some survivability, intelligence for damage, and then you're going to go with ultimate cooldown and summon damage. We'll talk about summon damage in a quick second. But you're also going to swap over the Jewel to Scornful Light. We were previously using the physical damage one. Now we're going to be using this one. Since we don't have any physical damage on the build that we care about, all of our mages all do shadow damage. The other big difference is finally swapping over to chance for a skeleton mage to cast twice. And right here, I want to put this on the books. For anybody who was like, I've been telling him the entire time that's what he should have been doing, I've been telling him the entire time. This is only true because there's a bug. You would not do this. Mathematically, Titans Fall, strictly better. And if we have to go back to using Ring Mendel, would still be strictly better. So buyer beware. Do this at your own detriment if something were to change. This is only true because of this particular interaction of things. Now, that being said, the reason why it's probably been feeling a lot better for a lot of different people is because for speed farming and for not pit pushing, where you don't need to eke out the smallest little percentages of increased damage, this is definitely better performing. Better lucky hit chance to be able to reduce cooldowns on your ultimate. Just in general, just feels a lot better. But we get to eke out some additional damage because of this as well. So we do want to make this change. And then you're going to notice I'm going to swap over to Ahu Zan, which is going to be really confusing because so many people have been asking me, why haven't you been using it? It's because previously, Ahu Zan would not make Mendeln overpower. But we don't have Mendeln anymore. We only have the base mage damage. And the base mage damage can overpower all the time. So being able to get a free 50% damage multiplier basically every second or so, even against a single target, feels really, really good. You're also going to swap over to Nagu Cax. Another thing that people have been asking me, why haven't I been doing it? Because again, on the previous setup, it was suboptimal. It was not good to do it. But Cax is obviously a huge damage multiplier. And the cool part about Nagu Cax is that even though this means it's only going to be occurring every 5 seconds, the great part about it is that it's going to overfill by 200. So you're going to get a 1.5 on top of this. Rather than 2 times multi for 1 second, you get 2.5 times multi for 1 second. And that ends up being better than some alternatives that you could have. So this one is pretty cool. The minor difference, as far as the gear is concerned, is technically speaking, you now want to temper on summon damage. Because even though summon damage is less than mage damage, summon damage is applying twice. Now again, this is not going to make or break the difference of the build. It's going to get you like 3 to 4% increased damage. If you don't want to retemper it, if you don't care about retempering it to get that sweaty, don't do it. The mage temper is fine, but this one is technically stronger due to this bug. You're going to put that on both of your rings, your amulet, as well as your weapon. Then the other difference, because everything else stays the same. We're using the same skills, you're using the same sacrifices, using the same heraldic skill. We're still using Rahir and Altkin. The other big difference is that we're going to move one glyph over. So we're going to put Essence Glyph down into Frailty, since this is our least bad dex board that we can fit this one into. But we're going to add the Abyssal Glyph over here onto Flesh Eater. The Abyssal Glyph is great because, again, you deal increased non-physical damage, that applies twice to your mages right now. And then the second part, the 10.4%, that only applies once, but it's still a huge multi. And since all we do is shadow damage or non-physical damage, getting this double application is big. And then Abyssal on Flesh Eater gets you a huge amount of damage to elites and a huge amount of plain damage as well. So that's really, really nice. And that's all you have to change about the build. I have other people who are currently in chat right now. I'm actually just going to read off a really good example because I think that this is super cool. Hold on, let me pull it up. This is a quote from one of my viewers. Shout out to Grim. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, same gear, aspects and tempers switch, and ring switch, obviously. And I used to kill T4 Belial in the middle of his first I-beam or right as it starts. Wait, what's going on? Oh, sorry. Damn it. I fucked up. That's okay. I want to read the other one, actually. Actually, I'm going to read both of them. How about that? Grim, I'm quoting you. Get bent. Dude, you have over 1,000 messages. So I have two quotes from one of my constant viewers by the name of Grim. Shout out to Grim, I appreciate you. But they have two different quotes that they wanted to, that I wanted to highlight here. And nice enough, they're probably going to let me do it. So for the first thing is that on the same gear, same aspects and tempers switched over, swapping over the ring, it used to be that he could kill T4 Belial in the middle of his first I-beam attack. So he gets through the big swash, he does the I-beam thing, and it comes out of it, and that's when you'd be able to kill it. So you'd have to dodge a couple different, one-shot mechanics, not really, but high damage mechanics to get there. Now they are able to kill them before they even get to the I-beam attack at all. They're literally dead before they do their secondary main attack. The other thing that I thought was really cool is that running the exact same build, but running a tier 75 before, they had 3 minutes to spare, and they are now running a tier 80 with 8 minutes to spare. That is insane progress considering their build is clearly not geared towards this swap over. They just swapped out a single ring and moved over a couple different stuff. So maybe you're going to be able to get that same kind of output. Myself alone, I went from a 5-minute bonus leftover to a 7-minute bonus leftover. So that's a 40% increase in my clear speed with really, really clean pulls. Very easy to kill monsters, just like significantly easier to manage it because all of the damage isn't as spiky. It's just constant. You are always doing this much damage, and that consistency makes it so that clearing out monsters, being able to pull things together, and expecting kill times is just a lot better. So much better for speed farming, so much better for open world content. You're not relying on Mendeln procs every 6 attacks. It's just whenever they fire something off, they're going to be killing something because they're doing like 3 or 4 times their previous base damage now. Oh, you're so right. Oh, and chat just reminded me of something. I'm sorry, I forgot about it. This one's actually really big. We are swapping over to mages fire an additional bolt every 3 attacks. Now let's go ahead and talk about why we're doing that because it wouldn't make immediate sense. The 3% damage multiplier per mage should be granting us a 36% increase in damage. Sadly, the mages are bugged. Another bug that I didn't talk about in this video, but I talked about in a previous one. So you're actually only getting 9% because it's only counting the first 3 mages that you have, unless you resummon all of them, and it's only counting 5. So even at your best bet, they're only 15% damage increase. But since mage fires an additional bolt every 3 attacks, just means you're getting double attacks every 3 attacks, that's a 33% increase in damage. And even if you compare a 33% increase versus what's supposed to be a 36% increase, this additional bolt is able to trigger things like Ahu to be able to make Zan proc faster, as well as cooldown reduction to get your kit off the ground faster. It applies curses faster, etc., etc. So I think that while this is a very slight increase in on-paper damage, this would even be a higher increase in damage overall for utility, quality of life, and just clear speed in general. So that's the other really big thing. Remember to swap this one over. But there we go. There you go. At least for right now, and probably for the rest of the season, minions are officially free of the Ring of Mendeln, the absolute stranglehold that this has had on the entire meta of the minion families for as far back as this game has existed, and the ring has existed with it, is gone. You don't need it anymore. It's one less unique that you have to get on your build. It's kind of insane. Now, that being said, if you're using Ring of Mendeln and it's working perfectly fine for you, continue to use it. Not only that, if you are on lower gear, maybe you don't have as much stuff as I said, or maybe your glyphs aren't leveled yet, don't immediately just throw it away. Level up the relevant glyphs, get yourself the replacement gear, and then swap over. Definitely try it out because it's just the cost of basically putting an aspect and a different jewel into a new ring, and adding a single piece of gear to your build probably wouldn't break the bank. Try it out, see how you like it. Make sure to check the planner that I have down below for you. Again, I'm going to be sending all of this over to Sirach as far as he can test it, and then maybe he will implement it into the Maxwell guide. I'm mostly actually looking real quick if you could just ping them or if you can get their attention. I would love to see the people who currently have the highest clears on the minion builds, most notably people like Ronnie. I'd love to see them swap over to this one piece and let me know what they think about it, because their gear is just light years ahead better than mine is, and they're probably like 50 or 60 Paragon levels higher than mine. So even if my build is better, I'm not gonna be able to clear as high as them. That's just kind of how gear and Paragon gate you. But Let them know, and let's see whether or not this is strictly better. Regardless, this is how I'm running the build. So you can check my planner. It's down in the description. If you're brand new here, subscribe to the channel. Even if you see my stuff all the time, check to see if you have already. I would love to have you over here. We're trying to hit 100,000 subscribers before the end of the year, and every single button click helps. Similarly, leave a like on the video and comment down below. Let me know what you think, if you're trying it out, if you're running into issues, if you're having better success with this. I'd love to hear your story. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. This is sick. This is very cool. That's awesome. Also, here you go, everybody. Bam. Here you go. Bam. Kirk, you're here? Kirk, you here right now? What up, Trev? Doesn't show no Mendeln option? What? How? Hit Control F5? Yeah, so it might just not be updated to the server yet. Huh. That happens sometimes, which is weird. Hold on, let me control F5. This one? You click that, you tell me? No, it's the exact same link. Have I seen Decrepify Speed Farm build? That Otter put out? Yeah, he was telling me about it. The major issue with Decrepify Speed Farming is that it tops out at like World Tier 2 or 3 for like actual use in most stuff. All right, yeah, just give it a few minutes. It'll update eventually. Well. Do I eat this?
See some steel you need.
Why not, right?
I've been starting from nothing. More there than I thought.
This thing says 600 summoning damage. That's pretty good.
Hammer sings
All right, let's see what I can run. What's the summoning damage interaction? You get double that for Shadow Mage damage. Double whatever your total value is for it. Yeah, so Raven, somebody else had asked that too. I think it was TK. And my response was, that is absolutely something for someone else to go test. Because I will go crazy if I have to sit there and test things again. But we probably should. Hey. Crowd controlled. 53 billion without overpowering is like actually nutty. Also, the amount of the rate at which I'm clearing, like I'm going to do this 105.
Impressive. Unfortunately.
Oh, damn. Do we still do it? I think so. Please die. There's something weird about these things where like they just don't die. Please pop. Here we go. Meandering Cat, thank you so much for the new sub. Welcome on in. Here we go. Now we're all on top of them. Shadowblight is triggered from shadow damage. There's no such thing as a shadow skill. There are darkness skills.
Who can stand against you? Me at your side.
Oh yeah, if we just didn't die, we absolutely had this. It's like, it's even going to be close even with the death. You want to do Shroud of False Death. Oh yeah, if we didn't die, we had this easy but easy. Mages deal shadow damage. They always triggered Shadowblight. They've always been a bad vehicle for triggering Shadowblight because they don't attack quickly. Yeah, let's just die. I want to get one really clean 105. Can I die, please? There we go. No Mendeln has Willbreaker. Oh, interesting. There you go. So, Ares, it's not updated on the max roll build guide yet. It's only my planner. Does it not kick you out if you're out of time? No. What's the deal with the chain totems? They weren't in the pit before. Open the planner from Discord. That is an old planner. This is a new planner.
What's left, you ask?
Still can't see New Mendeln? Yeah, I can't do internet wizardry. I'm sorry. I got nothing. I will let you know, it makes me feel incredibly anxious and like I'm failing. So if that helps. I don't know if that helps anybody. Oh, I've been fine the whole time, Grim. It doesn't change anything, though. I know there's nothing I can do about it. It just still makes me feel like a failure. Oh, vampire. Vampire. Seems like Pit 105 is a close call. No, and that last one I died. I should be able to clear this with like, I don't know, probably like 2 minutes to spare, I would say. As long as I get a good level 2. Nothing like silly happens. Oh, and I don't get dead ends like this. You know, just silly stuff. You haven't touched the game since season 4, since the expansion came out? Yeah, we're in season 9. Much different game. A lot of great stuff, a lot of great quality of life. Armory is in. Nightmare dungeons matter again. Bosses are better. Although it is still running a bunch of bosses. It's true, I'm not trying to gas you up. Our damage is just better against single target. Knights kind of suck. If I could get them all over here, they suck less. They suck because barrier sucks. Oh, and backtracking in this map also sucks a lot, so hopefully I just don't have to do that. Oh, more boys. We love more boys. Although when I am like hit pushing on mage build, I do hate how many fucking buttons I gotta click. Wait, hold on. I can't. Oh, that's so heinous. I didn't realize that you couldn't get rid of the damage resistance or if they had a barrier up. Fueled Guardians. Yeah, for anomalies, you have to not activate it and have all 5 of them up simultaneously to have Unstoppable. So it's just not as good as just using a different one. And getting Unstoppable when you activate. Update your Maxwell build with no Mandel. I did. You have to hit Control F5, and if you can't see it yet, you just gotta wait. It just takes a bit sometimes. What is that damage? This damage? Kind of low damage, actually. I mean, this is good damage for what we're outputting right now, but damage has been much higher than this in the past. But this build is minions without Ring of Men Down. Oh, all those numbers? Oh, yeah, I'm just showing damage numbers. You can turn them off. I need to be able to see my damage numbers so that I know what I'm doing and whether or not the build is performing better or worse. Okay, so this should be enough to... Oh, please don't die. 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 I really needed that last pack to pop it. But variation of Blight? No, this is a minion build. Ooh, okay. I shouldn't just stand in that. Got it. Heard. Ugh. Yeah, I wasn't gonna make it against Seahag. Well, the build can definitely do the 105. I just need the second. Like, the first pit has been so good, and then the second pit being fucking knights. Ugh. Gross. Because you can't pop the damage resistance or until the barrier goes down, and the barrier doesn't go down if they're unstoppable. How's you guys? You love them? Awesome. Why sometimes the Necromancer, the minions get smaller? Because they're getting bigger from the jewel, which is when you injure or kill an enemy, they become empowered and they grow larger. But yeah, Warlord, I would just put Tranquil Stone on. That's why we use Disintegrated Tranquil Stones, because it basically has 100% uptime on Unstoppable. How'd you find the right heraldic spellcraft for your build? How did you find the right spellcraft for your build? There are 171,000 possible combinations. Possibility does not inform the... Possibilities existing doesn't mean that they need to be looked at. So like, your catalyst increases your movement by 70%. I'm at maximum run and walk speed. I don't need that. Hits from your catalyst trigger your thorns. I'm not a thorns build. Grants maximum resource gen. We don't need resource. Catalyst has a chance to immobilize a target. I don't want to crowd control targets more often. Will daze. I don't want to crowd control often. Will grant me stealth. What am I, a rogue? Will grant me fortify and heal me. I have 100% uptime on fortify. I don't take damage. Will grant barrier. Barrier is pretty cool. You could use this on hardcore. Grants max resistance to the resistance of the infusion. That's nothing. And then these ones are all interesting, except for the one that's just like they're feared and it sucks. I don't know what's up with that one. Catalyst is bigger. Don't need it to be bigger. Catalyst will deal physical damage. I'm a shadow build. Apply vulnerable. 100% uptime on vulnerable. Destroy barrier. That one's kind of cool, but is it stronger than unstoppable, getting rid of damage reduction, and execute? No. So the answer is there's that many possibilities. Not that many good ones, though. What glyph did we drop? Gravekeeper? We are not dropping Gravekeeper. I dropped Exploit, which would be Amplify. But you just go through them and you read them and you go, is this good for me? And if not, you move on. This isn't a rogue channel?
Wait, this isn't a rogue channel?
Jeez. Jeez. This is wild. And this is like without retempering for more additive. Although I wouldn't get that much more, right? It would be an amount. Still don't have Hellbent Commander on my amulet. That's insane. Like, what would help? Well, I want Gloom to be GA double masterwork. So if I had one more rank in Gloom, be a difference of 72 and 64. 4%. It's actually even less for me, so it's... So I'm missing 10% damage just from having one passive missing from my amulet. Oh, do I actually want Hellbent Commander at all? My build alone. My build alone. Right now. The build you're currently watching me run. Which is about to do a 105. Just without even a desert map. Doesn't need a desert map to run 105 on my current build right now. My current build right now is missing 35% damage. It's missing more than a third of its damage. I also would have accepted we already gained stealth from Shadowfall's death. You're not wrong. Maximum life is good. Oh, I don't want maximum life. This is just the best amulet that I have. I was comparing against best in slot amulet. My build right now, from just not having Hellbent Commander on it with the ranks that I would want to have, it's missing 35% damage. Video your findings from earlier? I did. Yes, I already made the video. I'm going to be putting it up. And I already put up a planner as well. Is it a mistake dropping the summons
my Owen Wilson
damage
let me
gem?
find my muse. Hold on.
What do you mean?
Do you want a fishy?
Thank you.
Thanks for your streams where you answer all the questions and the work you put into your builds and videos. Cheers from Germany.
Warlord, thank you very much for the $25 donation. That's insane. Thank you very much. Also, Menchi, I responded to what you said, but thank you very much for the 18 months. Thank you so much. I dropped the summons damage in my... I didn't. I don't know what you're referring to. I have Idol from Below, Scornful Light, and summons damage. So I am confused because I did not. I did not. Did not do it. Oh boy. It is. Hey, it's almost 9 o'clock. I need to eat dinner and then put out this video. I also still don't have a perfect aspect here. I still don't have a perfect aspect here. These two are at least perfect. I could have much better gloves. Oh, yeah. I'm still missing crits here. Yeah, server is still loading group. That's what everybody's been talking about. You just gotta keep hitting Control F5 and give it a little bit. Is Nagu Cax the best one here? I think it is, yeah. When I said feedback to Blizzard, do I include all the math I did? Sometimes. But I think this will become the top build. The top Necromancer build? No, this won't be Shadowblight. But it'll be really close. Right now, Minions is doing 107, Shadowblight's doing 111. So, this gets you... at the top end, 1 pit tier, 2 pit tiers. It depends on how impactful Zanrune is. User nom de plume. Thank you very much for the follows. All right, y'all. I'm going to raid over to somebody. Thank you again for the big donation. Thank you for all the support today. Meandering Cat, thank you for the prime a million billion years ago. Sorry if I missed that. Let's go find somebody to raid. We are the number 5, 6 streamer in the category again. We have been the second row streamer in the category for like the past week, which is cool. It's very, very cool. I appreciate that. But also, it'd be sick to be up here, huh? Get me into that top spot. All right. Let's go raid Rax. I haven't raided Rax in a grip. Let's go raid some beautiful Raxantarax. It's my boy. It's my boy. All right, y'all. I will make sure to get this video out tonight so that people can get the build guide and that people can see all the findings and all of that for whatever they want to see. Oh, Rax is doing Uber Maven farming. I never fought Uber Maven. I think, I don't know, man. Going back to PoE 1 is so wild. Now that PoE 2 is out. I don't know. But all right, y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Remember, the bourgeoisie doesn't care about us. It's the working class that needs to stick together. It's not left first, right. It's up first, down. Find some empathy. Be a little bit patient. Try to meet people halfway. And don't assume things based off of what you attribute to them, based off what they're saying. Try to really hear what they're saying. If you still have a problem, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly reasonable. Protect your sanity, by the way. Protect your peace. You don't have to confront people. But if you have the opportunity to give it another quick second before you jump down somebody's throat, maybe might be able to educate some people whose only sin is that they're ignorant. And you might be able to learn something too. Love you all very much. Auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkun, krap, sawadi, gute Nacht, hasta mañana. Stream will be a little bit later tomorrow, but we'll keep pushing on this a little bit just to get like that 105 clear, which would be pretty chill. Maybe get some glyph leveled up and all of that. And then we're going to do Shadowblight. Love y'all. Be good. Bye-bye.